Savannah, can we go live, please?
You are now live.
Flag, led by Councillor Cassett, and then invocation and remembrances begun by and led by Councillor Lindell. Please stand as you are able.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a couple of sentences from Emerson tonight. Finish each day and be done with it. You've done what you could. Some blunders and absurdities no doubt crept in. Forget them as soon as you can. Tomorrow is a new day. You shall begin it serenely and with too high a spirit to be encumbered with your old nonsense.
Thank you, Councillor. Are there remembrances tonight? I'd like to say a couple of words about two very important figures who we lost recently. And Scott Momaday, I think, has gotten quite the recognition and adulation and celebration that his writing career and community service deserved. I've had the great pleasure of listening to a reading, and he is a magical individual and so much of a representative of life in our state and in our community. And then we've lost Stanley Crawford, also another writer, character, extraordinary. I had the pleasure of visiting Stanley a number of years ago at his garlic farm when he was suing the Chinese for dumping garlic. And I thought to myself, there's nothing more New Mexican than somebody like that poking the dragon and saying other places might let it go, but I'm not going to let it go. You can't do that to our community and to my farm. He was mayordomo and very instrumental in acequia matters. He was a brilliant writer. He was quirky and fun and smart, and lived life on his own terms and really brought a lot of joy and a great deal of quality and substance to our community. So I know he'll be missed. I miss him. And both of these individuals really gave so much to all of us, and we should give them thanks in return. With that, and with recognition that many in our community are suffering, are struggling, dealing with adversity and challenges, let's have a moment to send our thoughts to everyone here and around the world who needs support and help. Thanks, everybody. Madam Clerk, could you please call a roll?
Certainly, Mayor. Councillor Cassett,
Here.
Councillor Castro,
Present.
Councillor Chavez,
Here.
Councillor Faulkner,
Here.
Councillor Lee Garcia,
Here.
Councillor Michael Garcia,
Present.
Councillor Lindell, Councillor Romero Worth,
Here.
Mayor Weber.
Present.
Mayor, you have a quorum.
Thank you very much. Are there any changes to the agenda, Madam Clerk?
No, Mayor.
In that case, can I get a motion to approve the agenda?
Motion to approve the agenda.
There's a motion and a second to approve the agenda.
Quick question for clarification, Mr. Mayor.
Yes, Counselor.
One of the items I pulled, we had requested to go to an executive session, so I don't know if it's better for us just to move that item to be heard until after executive session, or should we hear that item at consent, knowing that we will be going into executive session for it and then taking action on it after?
I'm looking for guidance from the city attorney.
Mayor, Councilors, Councilor Garcia, did you already move it from consent?
Yes.
Okay, so I think the motion would be appropriate when we get to it in discussion.
Okay, sounds good.
Hold on. So we're approving the agenda. We have not gotten to the consent agenda to pull items for the consent agenda. So this item is on the consent agenda, correct?
It is, but I was asking for clarification if we should move the consent agenda item to after we have executive session, knowing that it's going to be heard at that time. I did not taking action on consent. It's
Okay,
knowing that it's going to be moved. So just to hear it accordingly.
okay. I just got confused on because we haven't gotten to that point yet to pull it off of consent.
Correct.
So I was confused by the city attorney's answer.
And Mayor, Councilors, I think I saw on the list of things that were pulled.
Yes.
That's why, yeah.
Okay, so we have a
Got it.
motion. Are we clear? We have a motion. We have a second to approve the agenda. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. The next item would be the approval of the consent agenda. Counselor Lindell, did you have a?
Yeah, Mayor, I wanted to make a procedural motion that in all the items that in light of this agenda, which is a long agenda and numerous items on it, that I'm making a motion that all items tonight, we limit each counselor in each round to 10 minutes.
Second, and I have a question.
Can we clarify what?
Yeah, that's what I want to do.
So when we have discussion or when we have questions, each counselor can be limited to 10 minutes, and we do a round, and then in a second round, they would also be limited to 10 minutes, and we do round as long as that takes, but limiting each person to 10 minutes.
10 minutes total?
10 minute
10 minutes for each round,
per person,
correct?
which we've done this in the past, not with a motion, but just with an agreement that we do it. Did you have a question, Counselor?
Okay, so just for clarification and making sure I understand, it's, so all the consent items, all the things on discussion are land use case at the end, all of that. Each counselor is allowed 10 minutes to ask questions, to get responses. We'll go around, and then if there's still more questions, we'll go around again, and it's still 10 minutes. So we just keep going around, but the point being that anytime you have the microphone, you're limited to 10 minutes.
Correct.
Okay, just making sure I understand.
Okay, further discussion? There's a motion and a second that would have a procedural impact of having each council member have a 10-minute period of time to ask their questions, at which point it would move to the next counselor sequentially. If all questions haven't been answered, we'll go around again and do the same way. And Madam Clerk, you would be the keeper of the clock. Okay, call the roll on the motion.
Counselor Cassett,
Yes.
Counselor Castro,
Yes.
Counselor Chavez,
Yes.
Counselor Faulkner,
Yes.
Counselor Lee Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Michael Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Lindell,
Yes.
Counselor Romero Worth,
Yes.
Mayor Weber,
Yes.
motion passed.
Thank you. We also now, by virtue of that, we're moving to the consent agenda, and I believe, Madam Clerk, that several items were taken off of consent.
Yes, Mayor. Item 9I was removed by Counselor Michael Garcia, and item 9Q was removed also by Counselor Michael Garcia.
Okay, so can I get a motion to approve the consent agenda as amended?
So moved.
Second.
For discussion? Madam Clerk, this is a roll call. Could you call the roll on the consent agenda as amended?
Yes, Mayor. Counselor Castro,
Yes.
Counselor Chavez,
Yes.
Counselor Faulkner,
Yes.
Counselor Lee Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Michael Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Lindell,
Yes.
Counselor Romero Worth, Counselor Cassett,
Yes.
Mayor Weber,
Yes.
motion passed.
Thank you. So with that, we move to item 8, Madam Clerk, if you could introduce it to us and those who are watching or listening, so we can proceed with the first presentation.
Yes, Mayor. Item 8A is the fiscal year 2022 audit report. Finance Director Emily Oster is here to present along with AJ Bowers, partner from Carr Riggs and Ingram CPAs and advisors, and Eric Sperlin, partner with Carr Riggs and Ingram CPAs and advisors.
Director Oster.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, councilors. We're happy to be here this evening to present you with the results of the fiscal year 2022 audit. And we do have a presentation. I don't see it up on the screen. Could we please have the large TV turned on?
Thank you.
Okay, great. The TV is on, but I don't see the presentation yet.
Does it need to be, is there an IT assist that will make it possible?
My apologies for the technical difficulties here. The clerk is going to share screen for us. Thank you so much, G. I'll go ahead and introduce it while we're getting the presentation up on the screen.
Okay.
The City of Santa Fe's fiscal year 2022 audit is now available to the public. It was released on January 18th of 2024. The fiscal year 22 audit covers the time period beginning July 1st of 2021 and ending June 30th of 2022. Okay. So as I mentioned, the FY 22 audit covers the time period beginning July 1st of 2021 and ending June 30th of 2022. And I wanted to note that this is the second annual financial audit that the city has completed in the last 6 months. The city worked with its independent public accountant, Carr Riggs Ingram, and we have guests here this evening to present the audit report to you. To submit the FY 22 external financial statement and compliance audit to the Office of the State Auditor in the beginning of December, on December 7th. And Carr Riggs Ingram has also presented the report to the Audit Committee on January 25th and to the Finance Committee this week on Monday, the 29th. And now they're here with us this evening to present the report to the full governing body. So with that, I'll turn it over to Eric and AJ to take us through the report. Thank you so much for helping us with the presentation.
Thank you very much, Emily, Mr. Mayor, councilors. I appreciate the opportunity to be here today in order to present the financial statement audit to you. My name is AJ Bowers. I'm a partner with Carr Riggs, who oversees the audit for the city of Santa Fe. I'm joined by Eric Sperlin, who is another partner here out of Albuquerque that also worked on the audit over the last couple of years. So what we'll cover today, and so I thank you, Madam Clerk, for helping us with this presentation here. As we kind of work through this, I'm going to make sure I'm caught up on this side as well. On the agenda itself, we'll go over the timeline, just kind of where we've come from, where we are, kind of what that audit looks like, and the type of work that we have to do as it relates to that. Then the scope of work. So what did we do, right? What was the purpose of the audit? Where did we land? The auditor's reports themselves, and then any sort of questions. And please stop me if there are questions throughout the process, but that's what we're gonna cover. So on this following, we'll jump forward 2 slides if you don't mind, because one's just a cover break on the timeline itself. When you move here towards the timeline, as Emily had said, that it's the June 30, 2022 audit. So that July 1, 2021 through June 30, 2022 timeframe, we really worked through the planning process in the June through August timeframe. So we had kind of, as we finalized 21, a lot of the information that was able to be utilized, rolled forward, work into that planning process, and worked for a couple of months, kind of setting up the audit for 22, what the plan looks like, et cetera. Then we really conducted our field work through that August through December timeframe in 2023. The exit conference was December 4th. And then the independent auditor report is dated and was submitted to the state auditor's office on December 7th. They do a review process. They go back, they do an okay to print. We make a couple of changes, go back up to the state. They then will release the report. The city did a 5-day waiver. That way it was public the minute that they submitted the audit itself. And that was released on January 18th. So here we are today having that board presentation. So as we move forward into the scope of the work, okay, so if you'll jump forward to, ma'am, the scope of the work itself. As I mentioned, June 30, 2022, we're doing an audit, and that's what we looked at. We looked at the financial statements themselves, the transactions, the balances, all of those different pieces that go into the making up the numbers of the financial statement, and we'll talk about those opinions here in a moment. The next item that we also look at is the single audit. So as part of the audit, we are engaged in order to conduct audits over the major federal programs. So we tested 2 major federal programs in 2022. One was the Airport Improvement Program. The other was the Homeland Security Grant. So we'll talk about where the opinions were, but we did conduct audits in accordance with all of those renders' opinions on those financial statements, as well as the federal programs. We do test for compliance with the New Mexico State Audit Rule, okay? But as it relates to the New Mexico State Audit Rule, we do not render an opinion upon that. So there's things that we have to test as it relates to budgets and compliance matters, and for the State Audit Rule itself. However, it does not render an opinion upon compliance. So we note things in the financial statements to you as part of that reporting requirement. We'll talk about those briefly here in a moment. So if we jump forward into the next section here, we talk about our reports, okay? So in the document, obviously you would have it through a electronic copy, but the physical copy is right here. There's a few copies here in the office, about 243 pages. Okay, so towards the front of that report, that 243 pages, those financials are yours. We prepare them as a service to you in order to put them into the process and the standards and make sure everything is where they're supposed to be. But we have 3 reports in that financial statement that are on our letterhead as our letters to you about what that audit says about the city of Santa Fe. That first report is the independent auditor's report. So as we talked about the audit opinion itself, that's the opinion on the financials. That's on pages 10 through 13, and that's an unmodified opinion. So that's the best opinion that you can receive on the financial statements. That's the same as opinion that was on 2021's. What it means is that the financial statements are fairly presented in accordance with GAAP, okay, the generally accepted accounting principles. So from a standpoint of the balances, the transactions, the numbers, we do test, and in order to obtain sufficient appropriate audit evidence to substantiate those balances and transactions. And so there are no areas where we were not able to render those opinions. So that's the best opinion that you can receive on the financial statement. So no change from 2021 on that. So good job. That's the first major portion on the audit itself. As we move into the next slide here, the next report in that financials is on pages 200 and 201. What that report is that's our report on internal controls on financial reporting and other matters in accordance with government auditing standards. So we use government auditing standards, GAS, Yellow Book, GAGAS. Those are all interchangeable terms. So if I slip between one and the other, they're all the same thing. What that is in that report, we report anything that we find to you. So as it comes to internal controls, we do look at internal controls and consider them in order to determine the scope of testing and additional audit procedures that we need to do. But we do not render an opinion on internal controls in that report. What it's called is negative assurance. So negative assurance means these items we've identified, others may exist that we did not identify. So as part of government auditing standards, there are 3 levels of findings that we are required to report to you. Those levels are material weakness, significant deficiency, and material noncompliance. So in the way that, and I wanted to go over those so that you understand the different levels and what they mean. And then I'll talk about the state audit rule compliance pieces as well. From a material weakness, that's the highest level of finding. What that means is if something goes wrong here from a control perspective, or it's not prevented or detected, it could materially affect the financial statements or the opinions of those financial statements. So what it means is if an entry is not caught, it could be material, could be very significant to the city itself. So within that report, there are 4 material weaknesses in controls. The next level down is a significant deficiency. That definition is doesn't rise to the level of material, yet still merits the attention of the governing body. Okay, so those findings get reported to the governing body in order to just make you aware, in order to make sure that, hey, what's the city doing for correcting a finding such as this, or what are the resources that we may or may not have to allocate in order to correct those matters so that they don't become material in the future. There was 1 significant deficiency reported in that report as well. The next level of finding that is in that report is material noncompliance, which would be if you don't comply with a grant or a debt covenant in a material fashion, that it would be reported in there. The city did not have any of those reported in the government auditing standards report. In addition to Yellow Book, there are state audit requirements. So in the state of New Mexico, we report anything that we find to you as part of that report. So there are 9, what we would call state audit rule findings, 4 other matters, and 5 other noncompliance. Okay. So what that means is other matters doesn't rise to the level of a significant deficiency. Okay, that's the definition for the most part. It's something else that happened. We're held to an A+ 100% threshold. We make an oops. It's reported because we caught it. The next is an other noncompliance. It's a noncompliance fashion. So maybe it's, there's a budgetary one, for example, but it's not material to the city as a whole. So it's an other noncompliance piece. So to recap for those, all of those findings, all the different categories and what they lay out and how they're written is on pages 212 through 242. And there's the 5 Yellow Book findings and then 9 state audit rule findings. The next report that I'm going to talk about here is the independent auditor's report as it relates to compliance with uniform guidance. So this is the report on those major federal programs. So as I'd mentioned, We did test two major federal programs, the Airport Improvement Grant, as well as the Homeland Security Grant. So in accordance with testing those grants, we have to look at the controls around each of the direct and material compliance requirements. So you have allowable activities and cash management and reporting type requirements. We have to consider all of the controls around them. And then as well as, did you comply with the intent of those compliance requirements? And we render an opinion upon that compliance. So I am happy to say on the Airport Improvement Program, that was an unmodified opinion this year, which means that you've complied in all material respects with those compliance requirements that are direct and material to that grant. We did test this program in 2021 and it was qualified, which means that you didn't in 21. So this was a change from 21 to 22 in a positive way to go from a qualification of an opinion to an unmodified opinion. There were in that program, there were two material weaknesses over internal controls over compliance. So there's still some control matters around those compliance pieces in order that, to be shored up, but it did not lead to a material noncompliance in the current year. One of those was what we would consider an other noncompliance. So it was still reported and required to be, but it didn't rise to the level of material. Okay. So that's a change from last year that I think is a relevant and an important change to note. The second program was the Homeland Security Grant, which we did not audit in 2021. So this was a new program that we looked at, and it was an unmodified opinion as well. So again, you complied in all material respects with that grant. And there was one significant deficiency in the controls around the compliance there, but again, not materials. And those findings are on pages 220 through to 227, those specific federal findings, and that report was 202 to 205. So in summary, unmodified opinion, unmodified opinion, unmodified opinion on all of those areas. And there are some findings that we'll cover, not in a lot of detail, but we'll talk about the findings here themselves as we kind of talk about what they look like. And if you've got questions, we'll go from there. So if you'll jump forward to the next one, ma'am. When we look at findings here, we'll just kind of go through what the titles are. And then from the way they're laid out, so this way you can understand where they sit in the financial statements, what they mean, and how, for the repeats and just some of the required portions that we have to put into the findings. So when you see one and these titles here, so like the first one, it says FS finding 2022-001. Okay, that's the first finding in the report. So the FS goes with those financial statement findings that are required under the government auditing standards. The finding number 2022-01 is the first finding that we numbered in the current year of 22. In the parentheses says 2019-007. That's the historical finding number. So this way, is it repeated and where was it in the last year? So this started in 2019 and was finding number 7 at that time. It was the schedule of expenditures of federal awards and internal controls over grant reporting. And then in the parentheses at the back, we have this MW, means of a material weakness. So we just wanted to let you know what the level of that finding is and kind of the historical context of it. It's on pages 213 to 214. Before I move to the next part, I do want to mention the way findings are laid out as it relates to all findings. In federal findings, there's 2 other categories, and I'll jump onto those in a moment. But when it comes to the findings, there's the condition, which means what happened. So this is what we found. This is just the fact of this is what it is. There's the criteria, which is what was violated, what statute, what control, what policy, what procedure would say, hey, this is what we should follow. You have your cause, which is the why. Why did what happened happen? Okay. Then you have the effect of what, and exactly that is, what is the potential outcome if this continues in this fashion? Then you have the auditor's recommendation. So we make recommendations of how to fix them. Then you also have the management's responses or views of those views of responsible officials or something along those lines. I don't remember exactly the terminology, but that's the management's response to those findings, what they're doing. On the repeat findings, bless you, over by the condition, there's also status on prior year findings. So it'll also mention what is the progress that we've made over year to year. So that's disclosed in there. And as part of management's response, it also has a timeline for completion and who's responsible for the completion of those findings. So that way you've got the full detail of what those findings are, how to read them, and where they're laid out. In the federal findings, the other two pieces that would be in there is you'll have the federal, the grant and all of the grant information that's required in there. And then you'll have, if there's a questioned cost, that would be listed in there. Okay. So if there was something where we said you didn't comply or that other non-compliance had a questioned cost that wasn't material. So it'll just say there was an amount that was maybe spent out of compliance with that grant. So I just wanted to kind of let you know how to read those and what those look like. Then I'll jump into the second finding here. So finding number 2 in the current year was a repeat from 2017, and it was in internal controls over the financial close and reporting. That was a material weakness. All the details are pages 215 and 216. The third finding was a material weakness. That was a repeat from 2020. So the controls over journal entries, and that all those details are 217 to 218. On the next page here, you'll have finding number 4. Finding number 4 is another repeat from 2020. It's a material weakness and the controls over the cash balances. And that's on pages 2019 through 2020. So those are all the material weaknesses. Those were all repeats from prior years. And those are all laid out with all of that information for you in detail on those respective pages. Finding number 5, you'll see that there's not print. This is a new finding in the current year. Okay. So, and this was a significant deficiency related to the controls around payroll, and all of the details of that finding are on page 221. Then we jump into these federal findings. Okay. And that's what it's going to mentions federal. So this one here, we have that it was part of the airport improvement program, and it's the matching and the financial reporting. This is a repeat from 2021, and it's all the details are listed on 222 to 223. On the following page here, this was a new finding in 2022, finding number 7. And it was related to the activities allowed, allowable costs over non-payroll disbursements in the airport improvement program. So this was another material weakness finding, and this is the other non-compliance. So it wasn't material non-compliance, which would have led to a modification of the opinion, but there was a question cost that wasn't deemed material to the grant, but is reported in there for you on pages 224 and 225. The last federal finding was new because obviously it was the Homeland Security grant, which we didn't test in the prior years. And that was a reporting finding. There was a significant deficiencies in internal controls over compliance on page 226 and 227. So those are all the findings that are recorded under government auditing standards and the uniform guidance. And so these next couple of pages are going to be what we would call the state audit rule findings. On page 228, you have a repeat from 2020 as it relates to the controls over accounts payable, and this was deemed to be an other matter. On page 229, so you'll have finding number 10. And that is related, that's a repeat finding from 2021, and that's related to pledged collateral, and that's an other non-compliance. On page 230, you'll have the finding number 11, and that's a repeat finding from 21 that relates to emergency procurement, and that's an other matter. On 231 to 232, you'll have a budgetary compliance finding that's a repeat from 2020, and that's an other non-compliance. On the next page, we will have finding number 13, which is a repeat from 21, and this is cash appropriations in excess of available cash balances. And that is other non-compliance. All the details listed for you, pages 233 to 234. Finding number 14 is a new one in the current year. It's a capital asset finding. It's an other matter, and it's page 235. All the details are in there. Number 15 is also a new finding in the current year. It's a bank account authorized signers deemed to be an other matter on page 236. And then this last page here of the current year findings, we have a repeat from 2021 as it relates to the wage rate clauses in construction contracts. And that's an other non-compliance, pages 237 and 238. And then lastly, the repeat finding from 2019 as it relates to the late audit report, other non-compliance, pages 239 and 240. So those are all the current ones. I do want to show this next slide here. The next one is also kind of an update from last year. So we have also 10 corrected findings. So these are findings that were in 2021. And so with every audit, what we do is we are required by standards. We look at all all of the last year's findings and seemed has management put in their corrective action plan, and we evaluate those findings and do testing around them. So I did want to mention the corrected findings that were findings in 21. You have the details of those 21 findings, the 2021 findings and what numbers they were and that they're resolved. So just if I'll recap them real quick, management professional consultants was resolved. CDBG reporting was resolved. CDBG program income was resolved. Equipment and real property management was resolved. Suspension and debarment for the federal transit cluster was resolved. Activities allowed as it relates to the federal transit cluster was resolved. Cash management as it relates to the federal transit cluster was resolved. Activities allowed for COVID-19 was resolved. Control over payment vouchers was resolved, and CDBG activities allowed was also resolved. So that was a total of 10 findings that were resolved. So yes, there were repeats. Yes, there were new, and yes, there were 10 that were cleaned up. So that's the end of my prepared slides. So any questions?
Director Oster, did you want to wrap this up before we go to the governing body for questions?
Thank you so much, Mayor, and thank you, Mr. Bowers, for that excellent presentation of these audit results. I think the thing that I would like to say is that I'm very proud of the progress that the city made between FY21 and FY22, and I think that really shows in this report. I want to just reiterate that the independent auditor's report on the financial statements expressed an unmodified opinion, which is the best opinion type. The independent auditor's report on compliance with the federal programs, so that's the uniform guidance report, also expressed an unmodified opinion, which is an improvement over FY21, and it is also the best opinion type. I'm very proud of the progress that we made, especially in relation to the grant compliance piece of the audit. We also reduced our number of findings overall from 22 in FY21 to 17 in FY22. That's a decrease of 5. As Mr. Bowers mentioned, 10 of the findings from FY21 were resolved in the FY22 audit, which is just really good progress. It's reassurance to me and external independent validation that we are on the right track and that the work that we've been doing to improve the city's financial reporting and timeliness is showing up in the results of this audit. So with that, I think we're ready to stand for questions from the committee.
Thank you. In light of our adoption of this new process, I'm just going to go down the line and give folks a chance to ask questions and keep the clock, Madam Clerk, and we won't be too rigid, but if somebody's in the middle of a question or an answer, we'll try to wrap it up. Councilor Lee Garcia, you want to kick it off for us, sir?
Sure, man. Thank you. Director Oster and Carr Riggs, Ingram, Bowers, and Mr. Sparing, thank you for being here. And every time we saw this at finance on Monday, and again, you always get something new, which is great. And so I believe I just have not too many questions, but I really kind of want to ask, and I think this, kudos for the unmodified opinion. I think that what we have to understand is that we, as a city, as an administration, have provided the auditors with everything that they need to conduct and produce a clean audit that was submitted to the state, and I think that we shouldn't forget that. I do, as I was going through some of the findings, and again, I am appreciative that we have gone from 22 to 17. As I'm going through the findings, I think some of the questions that I may have in regards to kind of more managerial responses from the administration, because I guess we can just take the first finding, and I'm going through my notes here. We'll just go through the first finding, which was financial statements. Again, it was a repeat. And our estimated time to complete And to remedy this finding is July 1st of 2024. Walk me through the steps of what kind of where we're going with that to correct this, because I think having repeat findings is kind of where we really need to focus, and we need to figure out how we can remedy these and really get back on track. And so I'll stop right there. I don't know if Director Oster can have a response to that.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for the question, Councilor Garcia. So the management response for that finding is on page 213 of the report. Excuse me, I'm sorry, 214 of the report. And to summarize, we needed to implement additional functionality in the Munis system that allows us to track these federal award expenditures in the general ledger. And so we've completed the first part of that implementation in the Munis system, and we have 2 additional phases that we are working on. But the link between the module, the project ledger module in Munis and the general ledger has been established. And so now we're working through, one of the next steps that we're working on is a workflow process in Munis, similar to what we have for accounts payable transactions and procurement transactions, where someone will enter the grant information and then it'll be routed to an approver by the system to review and approve, and then it'll be routed to a second approver for a final review and approval. So we're confident that with that functionality in Munis, we will have the information in the general ledger that we'll need to prepare an accurate CFA the first time. So really what this finding is about is that it took us multiple iterations of that schedule of federal expenditures. Schedule of expenditures of federal awards in order to produce what was our final CFA that was included in the report. And we expect that with this new functionality that we've implemented in Munis, we'll be able to do it with just one. So I'm optimistic that we will be able to show progress on this in FY23, largely due to the efforts of our exceptionally talented grants management team. And also the citywide grant staff have really come together to ensure that we're including everything in Munis that we need in order to produce an accurate CFA.
And I don't have a copy of the fiscal year 21 audit, but in that it's a repeat finding, and it is a material weakness. Was our completion date the same, July 1st, 24, or are we behind schedule on this?
Mr. Mayor and Councilor Garcia, I can double check that in the FY21 audit report what the completion date was. I can tell you that we knew that this finding would not be resolved for FY22. As I said, I'm optimistic that we'll show progress on this in FY23 because we began the corrective action. The grants manager came on board, that's mentioned in the management response to the finding. She came on board in the beginning of FY23 around the same time that I did. So one of the things that, our situation is that we're doing audits of multiple fiscal years in a compressed timeline. And so FY21 and FY22 had already ended by the time we started we started working on these audits, but also by the time that we were able to start corrective action. So let me double check for you the date that we listed for.
Okay, we can find that. I'm going to move on to the next finding that we have, which is internal controls over financial close and reporting. We gave a timeline of December 31st, 2023, which has expired. And have we met that deadline for that?
Yeah, thank you for that question, Mr. Mayor and Councilor Garcia. So one of the things about the process is that the state auditor didn't want to see timelines that were in the past that had already happened. But in some of these cases, the city had already implemented the corrective action. So the reason that we had listed the estimated completion date for finding number 2 related to financial close and reporting as of December 31st of 2023 is because the month-end close process and the year-end close process had already been implemented during FY '23. So we were trying to meet that requirement for the state auditor's office that the date be sometime in the future. But we believe that I believe that the changes that were implemented during FY '23 will help us make progress with this finding. You know, I
It's not.
can't say that it will be resolved for sure,
Not
but I am confident that we took significant steps by implementing both a year-end close process and a month-end close process that will help us resolve this finding.
You know, again, I know we're trying to limit to 10 minutes and will be respectful of that time. And so, you know, I believe that the more and the better that we work at remedying these findings is when we truly get to having, for sure, the public have faith in us that we are doing the jobs that we are supposed to as administration and as actually governing body members, which are ultimately responsible for the monies. And however, we do not manage the city. And so, you know, going through the recap of the letter provided by Carr, Riggs and Ingram and their response is that, you know, management is responsible for compliance with requirements referred to above and for the design, implementation and maintenance of effective internal controls over compliance. And so going back again, I'm happy that we have those findings. I'm still not completely satisfied that we are there. And I'm hopeful that in the next submission of FY '23 that we get even better. And so again, I think it is our responsibility to keep that pressure on. I know you guys are working hard and you're working towards the goal. But it really does affect a lot of the way that our city is managed, and fiscal responsibility is really, really important. I'll leave it at that. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Counselor. I think you hit the 10-minute mark right on the nose. Counselor Cassidy.
Thanks so much, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, all of you, for being here. Really do appreciate coming again. Of course, we did see this at Finance on Monday, so wonderful to have a refresher of it just 2 days later. You know, during the Finance Committee meeting, I thought this was really important, and I do want to do this here again, is to really talk about, you know, Director Oster, as you mentioned, we're kind of in this interesting situation where we are auditing years where we have already made substantial changes to all of these findings. So I just want to remind everybody, this is an audit that is looking at July 1, 21 to June 30th of 22. And Director Oster, when did you come on board?
Mr. Mayor and Councilor Cassett, I started just after Labor Day in September of 2022.
And then the Munis upgrade has been a key component of this, and remind us when we did the Munis upgrade.
Mr. Mayor and Councilor Cassett, thank you for that question. The Munis upgrade, which took us from the old 2011 version to the 2019 version, occurred at the end of January of 2023.
And then the other piece, you know, as we were just talking about that month-end close to that year-end close, when did that start being implemented? And I believe FY '23 was the first year that we had a on-time year-end close, in at least in my time on council.
Mr. Mayor and Councilor Cassett, the first fiscal year that was closed out in Munis was FY '22, but we greatly expanded the year-end close process for FY '23. So I would say that that's been an iterative process, but under the direction of then Accounting Officer Ricky Bejarano, there was a year-end close process done in the Munis system for fiscal year 2022. And then we implemented the month-end close process in the beginning of FY '23, and we've maintained that. We're still continuing to do a month-end close process every month. And then as we got to the end of FY '23, we implemented a more robust year-end close process for the Munis system.
We were able to perform that year-end close process on time, which for me, that actually means kind of nothing. So I would look to you as to what an on-time year-end close, when would you expect that to occur? It's not necessarily directly on. I know there's like this interesting 2 weeks where there's a crossover. So if you could go over a little bit of that and when we did close FY23.
Mr. Mayor and Councilor Cassett, so we have a 4-page memo that details our deadlines as part of the year-end close process. And that was part of the enhancements to the process that we implemented for FY23. So those deadlines start with procurement in March and they go all the way through September. So really it's an extensive process and it touches almost all aspects of what we do in finance. We stopped accepting information and entries into period 12, which is June of 2023. So that's the last regular period of FY23. We stopped accepting that in August. We've continued to make adjustments in what we call period 13, which is our adjustment period. So we adhered to the schedule that we laid out in March for the year-end close process.
And having those adjustments, that is a normal part of this process, correct? And you would see it in other organizations as well.
Mr. Mayor and Councilor Cassidy, it is, and every accounting system that I've ever worked with has an adjustment period for that reason, because things come up after the regular periods are closed, and you need a place to make those adjustments. I will say that I think that we do have room to improve our timeliness going forward. So we're going to continue to work towards bringing those timelines in closer and closer. But it is normal for activity to be recorded in period 13 after the regular, periods are closed, after June is closed. I would like to see us work towards having less activity in period 13 going forward. But we're getting there.
Thank you. No, that is really helpful, because I know that this has been a large part of the root cause of the lateness of our audit, is not having these month-end and year-end closes. So that really is a key component of some of the challenges that we've experienced. So I think it's really important to recognize the improvement that has been made by your team and quite frankly, the city as a whole, because I know that it really does take every single department to make this work. When I am looking at the responses at the estimated completion dates, it is very encouraging. Councilor Lindell brought this up the other day about, really we're looking at a lot of completion dates within 2024, some that have already passed in 2023. Are there any findings that we have not yet started making progress on? Because for most things I see them and it's things that I know that we've discussed throughout the year, either in finance committee or here at governing body, of improvements that are being made. Is there anything that you can think of that we have not really started getting going on that we need to be focusing on, especially with budget season coming up, additional supports that might be needed, or technologies? I know that we have a lot of things planned for implementation this year. But just I will stop there and let you answer.
Mr. Mayor and Councilor Cassett, I was not surprised by any of these findings. We knew that these issues were there. And, as we've talked about, some of them are repeat findings that the city has been working on for a couple of years now. So I would say that some are further along than others. And I'm optimistic that maybe some will be resolved in the FY23 audit, or perhaps something that may have been a material weakness might be reduced to a significant deficiency or another matter. We're in the process of working through the FY23 audit now, so looking forward to getting those results. But I would say all of the findings have some degree of progress, and none of them were a surprise to me. So I think that answers your question.
Yeah, absolutely. And that does help to hear that nothing is a surprise. That is reassuring, that there really is an understanding and a recognition of where the challenges are, because if we don't know where they are, then we can't fix them. But the fact that these have already been identified, and that you and your team have already started to work on them. I'm really appreciative of that. And that does, we are in this really weird position. We're auditing a system that we have already updated and processes and procedures that we have already changed and used to address. But it does sound like there are probably some of these things that even though we are working on them and we do see resolution, that we may very well once again see in the FY23 audit, and that should not be a surprise.
Mr. Mayor and Councillor Cassett, yes, I agree. We are making progress towards resolving the findings that are reported in the audit report, and some of them are more extensive. The corrective action is more lengthy and requires more effort and more time to implement. Some of them are, what I would describe as low-hanging fruit. They're, pretty straightforward, pretty easy to resolve, and I'm hopeful that, they will be resolved in FY23. Other findings require changes, for example, to IT systems or additional functionality to be implemented. Those things take a little bit longer, and we want to make sure that we're doing that right and we're not rushing that process. So for example, the findings related to bank reconciliation, the ultimate solution there is to implement the treasury module in the Munis system. We are starting that process. We have a demo scheduled for April 8th, and we're putting together a team to work on that implementation. In the meantime, we're utilizing our contract resources from Clifton Larson Allen to help us with a more manual process for bank reconciliation. But really the long-term solution there is a significant lift in terms of implementing this new technology in Munis, this additional module. So that one, I believe, has the longest time frame for corrective action, just as in relation to the amount of work that's involved.
Wonderful. Well, thank you for that. I do appreciate that. And I think that's, again, good context, especially as we know in the next 4 months, hopefully we'll be discussing FY23. I'm sure I'm close to time. But one thing that I am really looking forward to, and I think, as we continue to really rebuild the trust from the community and looking at, some of the things that we've really been working on and highlighting. I think that a lot already has been improved upon. But once we do get caught up with these audits, really being able, especially, maybe in Finance Committee, if Madam Chair agrees, of being able to move through the progress of the findings when we are actually up to date. But I'm really looking forward to actually being in real time so that we can see this progress, we can see how things are moving forward, and that we are really able to track the improvements that are being made, because they are being made and they're just not quite reflected in our audits yet. So hopefully seeing them in future audits, the reflection of those improvements, as well as us keeping track of how things are moving forward as you do continue to make them in real time. So I will yield the floor now, but thank you all again so much. Really, really do appreciate all the work.
Thank you, Counselor. Counselor Merworth.
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you, Carr Riggs Ingram, for being here, representatives. And thank you and congratulations, Director Oster, on the progress that's been made so far. I think it has been pointed out already. We know this is not a current audit. We still have one more to go before we have fairly current information. And I think you've said, Director Oster, that you see that we'll have more progress in FY23. And I guess my question is for the auditors. We are seeing, we got the financial statements, got an unmodified opinion. The 2 federal grant programs had unmodified opinions, the best you can have. And so we are spending a lot of time focusing on the findings, which there are 17. And again, we've resolved 10. Is it unusual to have findings? I mean, is that something someday we'll have none? Or are these processes so dynamic that we'll always be finding things to further fine tune? It's kind of like an old car, right?
Yes, ma'am. Counselor Worth, I would say I'm not an always or never person, right?
Mhm.
So
Is
are
it
there-
unusual?
have I had a few clients that have hadn't had a finding? Yeah. Do I have a client, but is it more common than not to have findings? Yes, absolutely. Because things happen. Okay.
Right.
So where I like to focus as an auditor is we talk about we start with the opinions because that's the big deal. That's what we're talking about. That's
Yep.
what you hire us for. Is we're hired for our reports. Our reports have the opinions in them. That's what we feel is the most important item. Just because that's what the public is going to rely upon. That's what your bondholders are going to rely upon is the opinions themselves and how those get used. Then as you move down into the findings, I'm a severity over volume thought process, right? So I think about material weakness, significant deficiency, material noncompliance, those types of items, because those are the ones that lead to the opinion issues when not corrected. Now, it does not mean ignore other matters or other noncompliance or something that happens. We're always trying to make sure that we correct those as well. But when we focus, what I've seen in practice over the years at times is when people focus on volume, we deal with the low-hanging fruit, but we don't deal with the big things. So that's just the reason I like to explain the levels, is that way everyone understands severity in addition to volume. So coming back to that, from a standpoint of, will you ever have none? I'm just not always a never, but it's not uncommon to have findings because things come up, standards change, laws change, rules change, people make mistakes, things occur. So it's not uncommon to have findings at all. Focus on the opinions is where I always start. Unmodified, that's a change from last year. That's a good thing.
Right. So just to emphasize those unmodified opinions. And I guess the way I also look at these findings is they're kind of our roadmap for the work that we need to be doing. And right now, I think it feels like a pretty big lift. And because some of these time frames are going to take some of these problems, some of these findings are going to take a while to resolve. So do we, and I think this is probably a question for Director Oster, do we, it's kind of like, will we always have findings? Will we always be building out Munis? Is that, is there a point that you see on the horizon where we can say, we've done the major pieces of implementing Munis? Or, I mean, it's a software program, so I can imagine, just given the software on my computer, it's always being updated. I'm always having to learn the new update and figure out how the interfaces work. So is there a point at which you think we'll be pretty much up to date with Munis in a way, or we'll have implemented the modules we need, or is that an iterative process too?
Mr. Mayor and Councilor Romero-Worth, I would say I think it's both. I think the implementation of the Treasury module is a very important step. I think that's a key way that we'll be able to get out of the E1 system, the old E1 system, and off of the AS400, which is old technology that we need to transition away from. We're also in the process of implementing capital assets functionality. We're implementing the additional phases of the grants project related to project accounting and revenue allocation in Munis. So I would say, some of the key pieces that I see that we're in the process of working on are treasury and capital assets, but there's always going to be room for improvement. And as the world and as technology changes, the vendor will continue to develop solutions. So one example that I'd like to share on that relates to procurement. We're looking at a functionality that's called E-line shopping. And it's a way of purchasing things through the procurement module in Munis online. Now, that technology wouldn't have existed in, the not so distant past. But, as Munis evolves, they add additional functionality. So that would be, something that would help us make procurement easier, and it would be in addition to P cards. There's some controls over it. So like I said, I think it's both. I think there are some core modules that we're in the process of implementing in Munis, and I think there's new technology, new functionality that's always being added to Munis. There are some things that are related to reporting. There are modules related to reporting that, you know, might benefit us in the future. So I think it's a very robust and dynamic tool. ERP systems, I think for the most part, are very robust. They offer a lot of different functionality. And, you know, as far as I know, the state is still working on implementing new functionality in the share system, which was originally implemented in 2006. So it's, you know, almost been in place for 20 years. But one of the really key things I would say with the ERP system is that we have to keep on track with our updates, with upgrading to new versions so that we can access that new functionality. And, you know, the state got behind on that and had to do a big upgrade to catch up. The city, we just, you know, earlier in 2023, we completed a major version upgrade. So I see it as really critical to our path going forward with Munis that we continue to do those version upgrades and stay more current with our ERP system.
And that's a budgetary question, right? So that, I mean, you coming to us and saying, we need to do these upgrades, we need to stay up with them. I need this money in order to do that. That's where, you know, we can help, I guess.
Mayor Weber and Councilor Merworth, absolutely, those upgrades do require funding. And I think it would be a combination of myself and our IT director, Eric Candelaria, and then Bern Salazar on the HR side coming to you with plans for upgrades. And I know there is one planned for this calendar year.
Yep. Okay. And before my time is up, I just wanted, you know, we have talked an awful lot about how important audits are. We have all talked about how important it is that we catch up, that we position ourselves to have timely audits going forward. They're a really key component of, you know, demonstrating to the community and to our bondholders the financial well-being of the city. There are other things that we can look to that demonstrate, you know, I see comments on various platforms about how, oh, they, you know, they're financially a mess because they don't have their audits in. There are other things that we can look to and point out that demonstrate the city's financial well-being, financial health. Can you outline those briefly for us?
Absolutely, Mr. Mayor and Councilor Merworth, I'd be happy to. So I want to reiterate what you said, that audits are a very important way of looking at an entity's financial position and looking at the financial picture. There are also other ways of evaluating an entity's financial position. One of them is through a bond rating process, and they use financial statements in the bond rating process, but they also use other information and analytics. So I would like to remind the governing body that in the last year, our bond ratings have been reaffirmed by two different independent global rating agencies, Fitch and S&P. Mr. Mayor and Councilors, should I continue? I heard the chime.
I think you're allowed to continue. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, so the bond ratings are another way of evaluating an entity's financial health. Another thing that we look at is the revenue picture. What does our revenue picture look like? And back in December in Finance Committee, we had our economist, Riley White from UNM, come and present our revenue forecast. For FY23, this is an unaudited number, but we collected $154,276,680. Again, that's unaudited preliminary figure for our gross receipts tax revenue collection for FY23. That is the largest gross receipts tax number that we've had in the city. So that's great. That reflects very strong recovery coming out of the COVID-19 pandemic. So that's, you know, looking at our revenue picture and our revenue forecast is another way of evaluating our financial health. And then drawing from the financial statements themselves, something that came up in audit committee was what is our unrestricted net position and what are our general fund balances in relation to other cities? So I'd like to share some information with you about how we relate to other cities as of June 30th of 2022. So as of that date, June 30th, 2022, the city of Santa Fe had a positive unrestricted net position of $4.37 million. So that's excellent. Compared to some of our peers here in New Mexico, the city of Farmington had a deficit unrestricted net position of $16.92 million. Las Cruces, $97.74 million. Albuquerque, $625.03 million. And then looking outside of the state,
Those are negatives or positives? I'm sorry.
those are deficits.
Okay,
For
sorry.
Farmington, Las Cruces, Albuquerque, and Seattle, those are negatives. So Seattle's was a deficit of 220,157,000. San Francisco, California was a deficit net position of 1.9 million. And the city of Chicago, Illinois was a deficit of 36.5 million. Billion. San Francisco and Chicago are billion, 1.9 billion for San Francisco, 36.5 billion for Chicago. So, looking at city of Santa Fe in relation to some of those peers, both locally here and then some larger cities in other parts of the country, our positive unrestricted net position is really something to be very, very proud of. I also want to look a little bit at the general fund, and I know we received some questions in Finance Committee about that. So I want to share some information related to our own general fund growth in relation to ourselves. So looking back to FY18, the general fund balance, this is the total fund balance excluding the non-spendable amounts, which is for things like inventory. It was just over $15 million for FY18. And then moving forward to FY19, it was up to $24.3 million. FY20, $29.4 million. FY21, $49.5 million. And now FY22, $62.8 million. So that's really good. That reflects the city's savings for rainy day. That reflects the city's fiscal responsibility and budgeting and the approach that has been taken over the last 6 years in the city towards ensuring that resources are available in case there is a revenue downturn. And our primary revenue source for the general fund, gross receipts tax, is recognized as a volatile revenue source. So I think that's very, very prudent on behalf of the city.
Thank you. And thank you, Mayor. I'm out of time.
Thank you. Counselor Faulkner.
So I just want to make a comment first. I think the public may think that audits are a bad thing, but in reality, if you want to be a healthy organization, you will seek out auditing of your systems and your finances so that you know what you're doing wrong and what you could do better and what you're doing right. And so I do think that Director Oster, you've done a really good job, as the consulting team has as well. I'm optimistic because of the speed in which you have worked through these audits. I think the public needs to recognize that that's a big lift, and you've done a good job from what I can tell as a new counselor. I have a couple of questions. So it seems like some of the findings were related to maybe, I don't want to say a lack of communication, but a lack of follow through in some places, like the control over cash balances. There didn't seem to be any reconciliation happening to make sure that the numbers being entered were accurate. So in that example, what kind of things are you doing to prevent that from happening again? And I asked about the cash balances because the optics on cash being mismanaged is probably one of the worst optics ever. And so I think it'd be good for the public if you could kind of explain how we've acknowledged that that's a problem, but how you might intend to fix that problem.
Certainly. Thank you, Mayor Weber, and thank you, Councillor Faulkner. So I absolutely agree. Cash controls are extremely important, especially in government when we're working with taxpayer funds. So some of the things that we've done, we've implemented a manual reconciliation process, and it's pretty labor intensive. We're utilizing our contract resources from Clifton Larson Allen to help us because we don't currently have staffing sufficiently within the finance department to be able to do this. So some of the steps that we're taking in the long term, I mentioned, are the implementation of the treasury management module in Munis, which will auto reconcile transactions that are a match. So to kind of describe where we are today, we're pulling data from the system and from the bank, and we're matching it up using tools like Excel. I mean, there's some automation, but it's not, as automated as we would like it to be. And our consultants are helping with that. So we're looking at the entire population of transactions, and we're identifying things that aren't a match, and we're tracking those down and figuring out, is there a timing difference? Did something not get recorded? And then we're resolving those reconciling items. Going forward, once we have the treasury module implemented, we'll be able to load data from the bank about our transactions directly into the Munis system, and the system will do that matching in an automated way. So for example, for checks, if the warrant number and the amount match between the bank's records and what we have in Munis, it'll mark those two items as reconciled and they'll be cleared. And that will leave only the things that didn't match. And those will be the things that the people will focus on resolving. So that functionality is going to be, really, really helpful, but we are doing reconciliations now. It's just taking more human power to get it done.
Another question I have is, in organizations, sometimes one of the problems is we have people in places who lack all the skills they need to be in that position, especially around finances. Is there some kind of thought given to or consideration given to having some training for staff in all departments to be a little more fiscally, like a better understanding of how everything comes together? Because the city can be siloed, right? And so is there any thoughts about pulling a team together that could think about training staff on best practices when working through financial stuff?
Mr. Mayor and Councillor Faulkner, absolutely. Training is a big piece of corrective action, and many of our corrective action plans include a training component. We are leveraging both our internal resources, our Clifton Larson Allen consultants, and also external training opportunities to ensure that we invest both in staff within the finance department, but also citywide. So just to give you a little bit of an example of the types of training that we're doing right now, in December, as part of the implementation of new procurement functionality in Munis, the city staff hosted, I believe it was 2 weeks of on-site training. We used the training facility at the utilities department to prepare for the implementation of new functionality called the bids module in the procurement part of Munis. Looking at external training, we are encouraging staff to attend the Munis Tyler Connect conference, which is coming up in May, and the Government Finance Officers Association Conference, which is coming up in June. Those are both national out-of-state conferences, so they give staff opportunities to meet people from other parts of the country. Excuse me. So I'll continue. So we're investing in staff by sending folks out of state to get training and to develop connections with other folks that use the Munis system, with resources from Tyler, and to attend training on both the Munis system, and then the Government Finance Officers Association trains on a variety of topics, from new financial reporting standards to best practices in budgeting and many other topics. So those are both great conferences. We also have some really good local opportunities. Our local chapter of the Association of Government Accountants hosts an annual, what they call PDT, Professional Development Training, that's coming up here in March. And so that'll be a great opportunity. We're encouraging staff to participate in that. The CPA Society provides specialized training for CPAs, people that are licensed, but anyone can attend. So that conference will also be in May, and it provides continuing education, which is great for our 4 licensed CPAs that we have in the finance department now. One other thing that I wanted to mention in relation to our consultant, Clifton Larson Allen, is they also have training resources. And so they have a really good training on federal grants management. And one of the recommendations from the grants team is that we look at bringing them in to provide training to city staff and grant managers throughout the city on best practices in grants management. And then one more that I would mention is Carr Riggs Ingram offers training as well, government auditing updates and a variety of training opportunities throughout the year. So really, across the board, we're encouraging everyone in finance and, citywide to participate in training opportunities.
Great. And then I have just 2 more questions. One is, do you have in mind as a director, a succession plan? Personnel can change a lot in the government. And so it'd be good if personnel changes, like the directorate changes, that there's a succession plan so that the person who succeeds after you, not that I want you to go away, I'm not saying that. You never know, have institutional knowledge and kind of succession planning also helps in the long term as this process unfolds.
Mr. Mayor and Councillor Faulkner, that's a really important question. And, it is hard sometimes not to be reactive and just in the moment trying to get things done, but thinking about that long-term perspective is really, with succession planning, I think that's really where you're thinking about how does this, process or this practice that we're putting in place, how does this survive changes in personnel, and how does it get institutionalized in our organizational processes? So there are a couple of ways that I've had success with that we're starting to work on in the finance department. Documenting procedures is very, very important. We are now recording all of our training that we're doing when we have Munis, for example, when we have resources from Tyler provide training to us, we're recording those. We're recording our own internal training sessions. With the year-end close process, we recorded the training that we did for that, and we posted it on the intranet. So, that's an easier way than, having to go through the process of writing a whole procedure. If we, record a training that's being provided, we have that information that's available for future reference, and also for, if there are changes in personnel, for new staff. So we're in the early stages of documenting procedures, updating policies. I know Travis Dutton-Leda, our procurement officer, will be proposing some updates to our procurement manual, and that'll come through the governing body process. So that's an example of a policy change. So I would say, like I said, the 3 real areas of focus that I have with regard to succession planning right now are making sure that we're recording training so we can access it in the future, documenting procedures, and updating policies as needed. And the last thing that I would say on the subject of succession planning is working with our team to make sure that everyone has a backup, and that's important even just for temporary absences. We don't want people to be unable to leave their desk. We want people to be able to take a vacation once in a while. And so making sure that everyone has a backup is an important part of my methodology when it comes to succession planning.
Just the last question. Outside of these hearings, is there any plans on how to better educate the public about the audits? And because I think there's been a lot of misinformation related to the audits. And I think when the public doesn't get information, the public will, all of us will do this. We will make up our own understanding of the situation. And so I think the more we communicate with the constituents of the city, the people of Santa Fe, I think the more information we can get out there and the more transparent we can be. I think we can build trust and kind of earn some trust back from the community, who right now I don't feel trusts us that much, given these audits.
Mr. Mayor and Councillor Faulkner, I think communication is an area where I feel that I can always improve, and I'm always trying to think of ways that I can communicate, more effectively. So, that's something that's always on my mind, thinking about communication within the finance department, with the members of my team, with other folks within city government, and of course to the public who, are the reason that we're here. So we have worked closely with the communications team at the city to issue press releases when we have information to share. We established a website that has frequently asked questions about the audit. And certainly as we continue down this path, I'd love to have feedback on how we can get this story out there, because really from my perspective, this is extremely good news. The release of this 2022 audit and the progress that it shows that the city has made, even just between FY21 and FY22. This is a great story, and I want everyone who lives here in Santa Fe to know that we're making progress.
Counselor Lindell.
Thank you, Mayor. I had this presentation a little different and had an opportunity to ask questions Monday night at Finance. I've listened to my co-counselors here, the questions that they've asked. I think that we've covered this pretty well. And I think your last statements were what I focus on, that we're making great progress with this, and we have a lot to be proud of from where we started. And, we're very, very close to being where we want to be. And the timeline within the document is aspirational, but I think that we're getting very close, and those dates give us plenty of reason to know that we've made great progress. Thank you to you and the team that you've built. And I'm really very, very happy with the information that's in this document. So thank you.
Thank you, Counselor. Counselor Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Definitely appreciate the update, Director Oster, Mr. Bowers, rest of the team. First, want to go over some comments over looking over the audit, and then I'll get into some questions. I agree that the audit is a snapshot in time, but it is also a way for us to reflect the progress that's been made since that snapshot in time was reflected. And unfortunately, the way I look at it, a lot of repeat findings, we just continue to repeat and repeat, because if we had corrected the actions, sure, it would have been a finding, but in our response, we would have stated that this action has been corrected since then, and we wouldn't need to establish a date for corrective action. So I think we can't miss that there is a lot of findings here, 17, that we have not corrected. And so I don't want to lose sight on that just because this was done 3 years ago doesn't mean it's still not an issue today, because we've got 17 things that were identified that are still issues. Councilor Garcia asked earlier in regards to some of the deliverable dates that we had proposed in fiscal year 21. For example, he asked in our first couple findings, finding 1, we had said that would be corrected by September 30th, 23. Now with this new report, we're saying we're going to correct it by July 1st, 24. The second finding, I'm reading June 30th, 23. It was to be corrected by December 31st, 23. And from my understanding of the response, that it's still being worked on. And so I think that's a big concern of mine, because out of 9 of the 12 repeat findings that are in the report, we've extended the deadline. Whether it's the dates that I've mentioned earlier or the other 7, we've said we're going to get something accomplished by a certain date, and then we've pushed that goalpost down the field, which I find concerning. So I think that is something I want us to dive in.
Counselor Garcia, I'm sorry to interrupt. I want to make sure that we're looking at the same documents because I'm not seeing those dates. I did pull up the FY 21 audit report, and the estimated timeline and completion date was July 1st of 2024 for finding number 1 in the FY 21 report. And that was the same in the FY 22 report.
Okay, because my cross-referencing says September 23rd. And so since you brought up that, because I do want to get into questions, and I don't want to take too much time up. Finding 1, because it was a material weakness and that is very concerning. It's been brought to my attention that our grants manager is going to be leaving us, which was a big piece of us moving forward with this finding is, so Counselor Faulkner brought into, during her questioning process, contingency planning. So what contingency planning is in place now that we know that the staff person that it was very critical to us and part of this audit is now going to be leaving us?
Mr. Mayor and Councilor Garcia, really my focus over the year and a half that I've been here with the city has been to build a strong team. And so, each member of the team is an important part, but the team doesn't depend on one person. So I do really want to acknowledge the contributions that our grants manager has made. And, she has let us know that she's going to be moving on to a new position, and I certainly wish her the very best. And I really want to take this opportunity to celebrate the work that she's done here at the city, which has been exceptional. And I am very, very confident that our team will be able to carry that forward. I think that, the way that this particular staff member and the whole team have worked is sustainable and long-term. So I'm going to miss our grants manager very much. And like I said, I wish her the absolute best. And I'm incredibly grateful for the contributions that she's made to the city. And I believe that, the team will be able to pull together and continue the good work and, fill key positions, including the grant manager going forward.
So one thing I didn't hear was a sustainable contingency plan, a plan for next steps. So we can talk about that after, just because time is limited. We've got a very, very packed agenda and a very important position within the city.
Mayor, if I could quickly address the contingency plan. The contingency plan is cross-training, and the grants manager has been working with her staff and staff citywide to share her knowledge throughout her tenure with the city.
Okay, so I still think we've said we're going to have this position. Cross-training is filling in the gap. I think we need that position long-term. So again, we can continue to have this conversation at a further date, but I would like for us to know, now that we know that this individual is going to be leaving the city, I don't know if there's anything that prevents us from posting that position and beginning the hiring process immediately. So next question, because again, this is another thing that really, really concerns me around our processes, which is being able to reconcile our cash balances in a timely manner. And we definitely have made progress in regards to doing our month-end closeouts, but reconciliation is the goal. And so how close are we to that? Because I think that is a very critical part. And I think that is what's causing a lot of the challenges with our audit, is being able to reconcile cash. And so what does that timeline look like? When are we going to be able to reconcile our cash monthly?
Mr. Mayor and Councilor Garcia, as I mentioned before, we are utilizing our resources from Clifton Larson Allen, and they are currently working on reconciliations for FY '24. So I think the functionality that we describe in our response to finding number 4 will help us do it more quickly and more efficiently using technology, but we are doing it now for FY '24 using human power.
Okay, but what happens when there isn't human power? We have technology that should be able to do it without human power. So again, we can follow up on this because I think the systems aren't in place. And what I'd like for us to begin to is establish a timeline to work towards ensuring that there is the system, which is Munis, that can ultimately work to reconcile cash monthly. Lastly, and I've got a lot of questions. I've posed some to you on, I think some of my colleagues' questions touched on that earlier. But you had mentioned comments around other ways to look at financial strength of an entity. I do have some concern around looking at GRT as financial strength, as the city has no control over that, in the sense that's the people spending the money. It's just us reaping the benefits from it. When we begin to look at unrestricted net assets, I think we need to really understand what that means and looking at it from a holistic picture. Because when we start looking at our sister cities, I'm sure Mayor Enriquez and Mayor Keller would have something different to say of when we're looking solely at that, and the public might saying, well, they're in the negative, and so I think we've got to be cautious in regards to how we approach that, because it's just as easy for another official to say, well, look at you, you've got 4 late audits in a row. And I don't think we should in the place to be casting stones at other entities and looking at how financially strong other entities are. I think right now the focus needs to be internally and on us, and how we can strengthen our systems, how we can improve what we're doing, how we can build back trust from the public, and ultimately working towards not having a 5th late audit in a row, working towards building back the trust that we've lost from the public, and ultimately having the team that you need on a consistent basis, Director Oster. That way, getting an audit done is like slicing hot butter. It should be a quick, simple process. And I think a lot of the systems in place need a lot of refinement. It's reflective in the findings. And I think that's where, as said, the findings are there to help us. But we need to ensure that we have the appropriate resources and tools and people power in place to get that done. And I think the reflection of some of the repeat findings just shows that we're just not there yet. And it's not a reflection of you, Director Oster, by any means. I think you've done a fantastic job since you've come in. You've made great improvement. But I think for us to have that consistent, sustainable process, there's a lot of work still to be done. And I think we want to make sure that you have the appropriate tools, accesses, and resources to get there. So thank you. Thank you, AJ and your team. More work to be done. I look forward to future conversations.
Thank you, Counselor.
Thank you, Mayor.
You have the floor.
I want to, and I'm sorry, I'm getting over a little cold. Director Oster, team, thank you for the work. And I like Counselor Garcia's suggestion of focusing on the work we're doing within. And I think it's work to be celebrated. I really want to emphasize the fact that you've been on board for a short amount of time, and a lot has been accomplished. And I think what really stood out to me when I was reading this report and looking at the findings is, as I went through each finding, I heard your voice on something your department was doing to address it. You have given updates consistently to emphasize the work that's being done within. And I agree that is the work that matters. That's how we're going to make improvement. in leadership, making big gains and improvements, this isn't done within a year. I think sometimes it's not even done within 5 if you want sustainable change. And that's just widely known. 3 to 5 years for sustainable change is what it takes. And you have started leading that way in a very short amount of time. And so I think the public needs to acknowledge that. I think it's evident, and it doesn't take away the concern for the late audits. It doesn't take away from the concern that we can't truly measure our progress in real time. And I get why that's concerning, right? We are doing and we're talking about a lot of improvement, but we don't have the data yet to show how we're benefiting and how that change is impacting so that we're just a better organization. But I think you have described the steps we're taking very specifically. You've spent a lot of time doing that. You've met with us separately to discuss these things. I don't want to lose sight of the work that is occurring internally and the focus that you are giving to that. If you look back at, I think, any governing body or probably any finance committee meeting, the evidence is there. And so thank you for that. I do also want to draw attention to Councillor Faulkner's question or comment around training. I think training is essential, but you and I also had a conversation about it. It's not just what I told you is that every department impacts the success of the finance department. And I posed the question to you then of like, how is leadership supporting the employees through communication and transparency and clear expectations so that everyone is doing their part within departments so that your department is successful and we don't have late audits and we don't have hangups and we don't have findings because everyone has to play their part. So even beyond training, I think I really like the idea of you saying the procedures, the policies, putting things in writing so that we have a reference so that it's clear we're using the same language, we're moving the same direction. But I think that is like my only question around concern is how are we clearly communicating the direction we're wanting to go to resolve this issue with other departments who have a huge impact on whether that occurs or not?
Mr. Mayor and Councilor Chavez, thank you. That's a great question because you're absolutely right. This is a citywide effort to get caught up on our audits. One of the ways that we're communicating is that every weekly directors meeting that we have, I give an update on the audits and we talk about where we are and talk about, help that I might need from other departments. And I really want to applaud my colleagues throughout the city for responding in an amazing way. I feel incredibly supported. And when we're working with a specific department, I'm in frequent communication with the director. Staff is working together and talking throughout the process about, we might need to pull documentation for the audit or, answer questions. And so I think the communication and the collaboration between departments on the audit is really modeled by the city manager's office and the mayor at those weekly meetings where we all get together and we talk about the audit every week. And then throughout the year, throughout the week, throughout the year, all the time, we talk to each other about what's happening with the audits. And I think by leadership modeling that, staff sees that and everyone feels empowered to talk to each other and to collaborate and to reach out. And, although this is the number one goal of my department, I really feel that the whole city is rallied behind the goal of getting caught up on audits and understanding the importance of the work that we're doing to, report information to the public so that we can report on our financial position and provide accurate and more timely information to the public about the results of our operations. That's really what the story of the audit report is. It's telling what happened during the fiscal year. It includes information about the budget, which says, what did we plan for? What did we expect to happen? And then it puts the actuals up there against the budget and tells us, okay, this is what we thought we were going to do this year in this area, and here's the actual spending. It's not the whole story, absolutely. You know, there are many parts of the story, but it shows the financial piece of the story.
And it's our system of checks and balances. And with checks and balances, there's going to be things that we're always going to want to know how we can improve. Like there's always going to be room for growth for any department. And this is our way to figure out how to do that every single year. Right now, it's not giving us that information because it's late and it's not in real time. And I think we all acknowledge that, but I think we have made significant gains to get to a place where we can truly use it as how are we doing in real time and what can we do better? And I think that's exciting. And I feel confident that we're getting closer to that. And a lot of it's due to your leadership. So I want to thank you for that. I also wanted to actually, hearing the fact that there's cross-training occurring, I think in the world we live in regards to the workforce right now, I think that's brilliant. Honestly, like turnover, people, and as a leader, you want individuals within your department to seek out opportunities that may be better for them. I don't think that's necessarily a loss, right? I think that if you have someone within your department, and I don't know the story, but you're going to hire great people, and because they're great, they're going to have great opportunities. And as a leader, you cheer them on to seek those opportunities. But the fact that you've noticed the skills and you are encouraging cross-training so that the gaps can be filled, I think that's really the best we can do with just how turnover is across the nation right now. I think as a leader, that's just truly the best that we can do. So I think it's really reassuring that that's occurring. So I just want to thank you for that. It was nice hearing that information. I don't really have any other questions. Again, I just think that I appreciate, like I said, the fact that I was able to hear the information you've shared since you've been hired, and just completely be aware and informed that we're addressing the issues that we saw in this report. So thank you.
Well, thank you, Counselor. Counselor Castro, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. As usual, I will try to be brief. I just have some questions, sort of looking to the future, being that we aren't working in real time. Could you maybe, and I think this might be for Director Oster, what are some deficiencies we plan to see in the next audit in FY 2023?
Okay, so things that I expect to come up in the next audit. One of the findings that was new in FY 22 was related to our controls over payroll. So what that has to do is approval of timesheets, making sure that employees are getting their time entered accurately and that it's being reviewed and approved by a supervisor in accordance with our deadlines for processing payroll and making sure that everyone gets paid on time. That's one where I know that we've continued to struggle, and we've been working really hard on that. That's another topic that we've been discussing in our weekly meetings with directors, just asking for everyone's help throughout the city to reiterate the importance to all employees and all supervisors of timely and accurate record keeping for payroll. So that's something that I expect to be, repeated in FY 23 audit.
And then my second question, can you speak to the greatest material weakness and how we're addressing that?
Well, yes, certainly, Mr. Mayor and Councilor Castro, any material weakness is serious. I think all of the material weaknesses that we have in our report are serious and we're taking corrective action to resolve them. The most serious one, I'm going to say, I think this is a matter of opinion, really. So I'll give you my opinion. I think that resolving finding one, which is a material weakness related to federal grant reporting, is really critical to the city's ability to access federal funding in the future. So that was one of the things when I first stepped into this role, resolving the modified opinion and the compliance issues around our federal grant reporting was at the very top of my list to ensure that we can leverage as much federal funding as possible. So that is something that is very important to me personally. I want to say that I don't want to minimize the importance of our other material weakness findings. They're all very important, but that was a goal that I had when I first joined the team here at the city, was to really make a push to address the compliance issues related to our federal grants.
Perfect. And then one follow-up question, this actually might be for our auditors. But being that we have a Homeland Security grant that we saw in this fiscal year that wasn't in 2021, is this something that's going to roll over to the next fiscal year and something that we will see reporting issues with?
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Castro, ultimately, when we look at the grant, so we do a risk assessment every single year as it relates to the federal spending in that respective year. And based on what is considered a major federal program that's set by the feds and the accounting guidance that goes through it. So the programs change every year for which ones we have to look at. If we don't test that one in 2023, then what we would do is we still have to follow up on any findings, whether we test it or not. That's what happened with the CDBG grant in the past, because we didn't audit. Same with federal transit, because we didn't audit that in the current year. So it's 100% based on the risk of the major federal programs, based on the spending and the requirements, the uniform guidance.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. So everybody was really good about the 10-minute. I think that's super. Is there a desire to go around again? Are there some follow-ups that people want to take advantage of this opportunity for? I don't want to shut anybody down who has a follow-up at this time. Well, let me look to my left first, Counselor. Anybody on this side of the aisle? Oh, good. Counselor Garcia, you have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I think just to clarify, because we've used the term real time a lot tonight. And real time means, in my perspective, right now, today, within the operations. And so, and I don't want to go through each finding, but if we were to be audited on finding number 1, would that still be a finding?
Mr. Mayor and Councilor Garcia, on the subject of real time, I want to just state that this report reflects the city's, where the city was as of June 30th of 2022. So it's for the period of July 1st of 2021 through June 30th of 2022. To the extent that we've made progress to address the findings after the end of the fiscal year, we've tried to note that in our corrective action, but the report is for the fiscal year that ended on June 30th of 2022. With regard to finding number 1 related to the schedule of expenditures of federal awards and internal control over grant reporting, in real time, meaning right now, today, we have provided one version of the CFA, which I expect to be the only version of the CFA for FY23, and Carr Ingram is currently auditing it. So, we've implemented the technology in Munis, the integration between the project ledger and the general ledger modules that is allowing us to pull those expenditures out of the GL and Munis. So, I can't say for sure if this finding is going to be resolved, but from my opinion, in my opinion, from where I sit, we've made significant progress.
Okay, so we can't confirm that finding 1 has been resolved. How about finding 2?
Mr. Mayor and Councilor Garcia, it won't be me that says that finding 1 is resolved. It will be our external auditors, and that will be part of their audit results for FY23. So I can tell you that I believe we've made significant progress on this, and I'm optimistic that that will show in the results of the FY23 audit. But this is the external auditor's report, and they decide what the findings are.
Okay. And I guess what I'm trying to get at is we can't say that we're in the clear right now because we haven't been tested, or else, from my understanding, even within the fiscal year 22 responses provided to the state auditor, we would have provided that response that this has been corrected and it's no longer an issue. Am I correct in that understanding, Mr. Bowers, that any corrections that were identified in this audit, should they have been corrected, we would have noted it?
Mr. Mayor, Counselor Garcia, from the standpoint from the auditor is obviously our work stopped at 2022, June 30, 2022, anything that's reflective of that. So anything that goes into 23, we can't necessarily discuss that right now from a course of the audit. The response by the city is the city's response. The state auditor's office does require to put corrective action plan in there. I am not 100% sure on their requirement as to could that day be a day in the past saying it's been done? Because we can't. And in our report, if you look at the government auditing standards report, it talks about management's responses. It says we do not audit those responses. So because we can't say that, I don't know exactly where they leave that. I'm going to leave it to you, Emily, since you're the one that has to write that response. Obviously, we look at all those findings as we move into 23, and that'll come out at the very end. But as it relates to their requirement of where it needs to sit, because that is a state requirement, I am not 100% sure if you can put it as it's been fixed or we anticipate it being fixed by such and such date that's in the future, which all of these would be future dates. So I'll let Emily clarify if there's any more.
Thanks, AJ. Thank you, Mayor and Councilor Garcia. So when we submitted the FY21 audit to the state auditor's office, we did put some estimated completion dates that were in the past in our corrective action plans. And one of the review comments that we got back from them was that they needed to be after the date that the report was submitted. So we tried to do that in the FY22 audit report as well. And I also want to clarify, I said this report is the auditors. That's not correct. This report, the financial statements are the cities, but the auditors' findings are what they saw during their audit procedures.
Okay. Thank you for clarifying. I appreciate that. And so as we move forward, these 17 findings will be the baseline that we work off of next year. Am I understanding correct, Mr. Bowers? You're going to look at that and say, okay, what progress has been made? What
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Garcia, when it comes to the audit itself, obviously we'll start with all of the audit standards, et cetera, as it relates to the risk assessment, the trial balance, the things that have changed, all of the other planning documents in accordance with all applicable standards, which entails considering the findings. How does that affect the risk going into the audit, as well as the corrective action plans and the related implementation? So that is part of the planning and risk assessment process.
Great. Okay. I think that was all my questions. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Great, Counselor. I appreciate it. Any others? Well, that completes this report and the response from the governing body. Thank you very, very much. We greatly appreciate your being here and appreciate the work you put in on our behalf, as well as the results that you're able to bring to us. Thank you very much.
Thank you all for having us.
The next item on the agenda, Madam Clerk.
Next item on the agenda is 8A. It's the audit update and overview. And Finance Director Emily Oster's here to present.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and councilors. So this will be an update on where we are with the FY23 audit, which we've talked about a little bit already this evening. The FY23 audit is currently underway. As I mentioned, we've provided the schedule of expenditures of federal awards to Carr Riggs Ingram, and they're currently working on that. In light of the transition in our grants office, we've asked them to prioritize that work. So they're really responding to that, and we really appreciate it. We are providing an updated trial balance. And I believe we were able to meet the timeline of providing that today. If not, it'll go tomorrow. And so audit procedures are underway. We just passed our grants manager in the hallway a little bit earlier, and she said she was headed back to her desk to work on pulling samples. So we are currently in the substantive phase of the audit, where the auditors are providing us with transactions that they'd like to review, and we're pulling the documentation and providing it to them. Mr. Mayor, I'm happy to take any questions.
Great, thank you. I'll start on this side. Are there questions for the director on the audit that they're working on now?
There's no questions on the, I already asked them. Thank you.
Okay, very good. All good? Counselor Garcia?
Questions? Keep going.
All right, fair enough. I think we're good to go. Thank you, ma'am. It's about 5 minutes after 7. I would entertain a motion to move now petitions from the floor. so that we could take comments from people who are either on the Zoom or here in the room who wish to speak to anything that is not related to a public hearing later this evening. Is there a motion?
Second.
There's a motion to move now to petitions from the floor. Is there discussion? Madam Clerk, do you want to call the roll on the motion?
Certainly, Mayor. Counselor Chavez,
Yes.
Counselor Faulkner,
Yes.
Counselor Lee Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Michael Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Lindell, Counselor Romero Worth,
Yes.
Counselor Cassett,
Yes.
Counselor Castro,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes.
Motion passed.
Very good. So, Madam Clerk, you'll be the timekeeper, please, as you were for the members of the governing body. We'll ask folks to limit their comments to 2 minutes, please, whether you're on Zoom or here in the room. If you wish to speak to something that is not a public hearing on the agenda later tonight, this is the time to come up to the podium, form a line, and please give us your thoughts on any subject you wish to address to the governing body for 2 minutes after you give us your name. Make sure the microphone is on, please.
Thank you. Hi, my name's Bex Hampton. We're here today calling for the resolution opposing plutonium warhead core pit production to be reintroduced and voted on by this council. Please stand today if you're here in the crowd and are supporting this effort. It's so important to keep the impending Los Alamos plutonium bomb factory on the radar and show there's local opposition to Washington. Even if this resolution were to fail, it would still show, for those of you who support it, that there is local opposition. We're also calling for the resignation of ex-Llano lobbyist Bernie Toon, who was hired with a 6-figure salary, which, as you all know, is funded by our tax dollars, to advise Mayor Weber and the city manager John Blair in September, despite having almost zero experience managing a city. He was a vice president and manager of the governmental affairs department at Bechtel Corporation, a well-known war profiteer during the time that Bechtel played a central role in managing Llano. Toon is a leader in building the military industrial complex and the nuclear industrial complex. So why was he hired to advise the mayor and John Blair? It doesn't make sense for him to advise the city unless the goal of the city, especially the mayor and the city manager, is to push the agenda of the Los Alamos National Labs and the federal government that really are seeking to make Santa Fe the bedroom community of Llano and make this city part of ground zero for waging the United States nuclear arm race. It is urgent, not just for Santa Feans or New Mexicans, to oppose the Los Alamos plutonium bomb factory and new nuclear arms race, but for the entire world and all of the United States. So, no delay, no evasion. Reintroduce and vote on the resolution opposing plutonium warhead core pit production, and Bernie Toon must resign. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, please.
Mr. Mayor and councilors, my name is Ann Wheelock Gonzalez. I and some other people who are here, if you could raise your hands, please, represent the Town and Country subdivision in District 4. We have an item on the agenda later about item C under number 10 action items. We submitted an appeal to a land use approval. We are requesting that the governing body do not deny our appeal number 2023-7619 regarding case 2023-7088. The approval for the special use permit will allow VLC 2 LLC Lucas Knoxtraub to do irreparable harm to the safety and character of our residential neighborhood. And we feel our voices have not been heard and respected. We are compelled to appeal. As nearby neighbors of the Vista Hermosa Continuing Care Facility, Mr. Alareed and I prepared the appeal and submitted it to Maggie Moore along with a $200 fee. I asked what happens next. We were advised that someone from the city attorney's office would contact us. We were not advised that we, and then the legalese I found later as appellant, were required to deliver a copy to the applicant, the appellee. That specific instruction does not appear on the actual appeal petition form, and we innocently missed the section in the long and complex code that reads, the appellant shall hand deliver a copy of the appeal to any appellee. Of our many concerns, including additional traffic, poor road quality, loss of privacy, inadequate parking, and others, the most critical is the septic wastewater issue. All 50 lots in our subdivision are on private wells and septic systems. The Vista Hermosa septic system has never worked correctly, lacks inspection, and has been discharging raw sewage and medical and cleaning solutions into the aquifer we all share and also overran onto a neighbor's yard. Our private wells may already be contaminated, and we, as well as the residents of Vista Hermosa, have been using water of questionable quality for years. It is imperative that this matter be thoroughly investigated and addressed. For these reasons, we ask that the governing body not deny our appeal on the basis of a technicality, which was an innocent mistake on my part, and I apologize to all, and that the concerns of the longtime town and country residents be more properly addressed before approval is given for the special use permit. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please step up.
I'm Kip. I'm 28 years old. I live on J Street. I oppose all current and future plutonium pit production. I'm also calling for the resignation of Senior Advisor to the Mayor, Mr. Bernie Toon, who's deeply in the pocket of the nuclear industry. My grandpa Gino worked on the Manhattan Project. He always said he believed in science, and he also believed in perspective. He wished these two things aligned more often. By this, I think he meant that we need to understand the lingering implications of the scientific and developmental decisions we make today. I implore you to pass this resolution opposing plutonium pit production. Being undereducated on this subject is reason enough to halt it. As people have said repeatedly, this is an unwise avenue for developing Santa Fe. Cancer rates increase in workers and communities exposed to plutonium production. Traffic will intensify. Poisonous waste will need to be hauled out of town. Already dwindling water resources will be ravenously consumed by the expansion of this industry. While this may seem like a wise economic decision presently, we must equally consider the measurable and immeasurable costs this will have on our community. Let's not continue to clog, congest, poison, and extract from these Tewa lands. Rather, let us look creatively towards healthy community-driven investment in Santa Fe. As the poet Diane DePrima reminds us, the stakes are ourselves. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Abby Knowlton, and I'm here to support the Los Alamos Study Group and call for you all to sign the resolution and fire Bernie Toon. I was born and raised in Santa Fe. I attended all Santa Fe public schools and graduated from Santa Fe High. I currently live here in public housing directly as a result of the lack of any sort of affordable housing. I had to renew my lease for an additional year because despite all of the promises from many of you to provide and prioritize affordable housing, there's absolutely none here unless you are a wealthy Llano employee. A person should not be required to work for the military industrial complex in order to afford even a studio apartment in Santa Fe. In addition, your refusal to support the Los Alamos Studies Group's resolution is absolutely despicable. That's the very least that anyone could do. And without that, you are all perpetuating and supporting nuclear colonialism and continuing it in New Mexico after it already has destroyed the state. We've all seen the effects of the Manhattan Project, and ramping it up is the absolute worst thing to do. The fact that the mayor's senior advisor is Bernie Toon, a long-term lobbyist for Llano and Bechtel, clearly shows that you support, again, the military-industrial complex over the actual people in Santa Fe and New Mexico. There are many, many people in Santa Fe who don't even have basic universal human rights, such as food and shelter, while you're paying this advisor a six-figure salary. In case anyone has any delusion about the role of Bechtel, there and have been for historically the epitome of the military industrial complex and war profiteering. In conclusion, I'm asking that you all sign the resolution to oppose all pit production and fire Bernie Toon. Thank you.
Thank you. No. Please don't applaud or boo. Just listen politely. Yes, sir. You have the floor.
Good evening, councilors and Mayor Weber. You all know me as a city planner here at City Hall, but tonight I'm a private citizen and a member of Bike Santa Fe, speaking in support of the resolution being introduced by Councilor Garcia to fund bicycle and pedestrian transportation maintenance in this city. And I've been Daniel Alvarado. Yeah, I'm around. Sorry about that. So I've been commuting by bike or by foot for about 15 years, and I have the privilege of being able to walk to here. It's my job here at City Hall. However, a lot of people do not have that privilege because in the winter, it is very difficult to commute on the roads, on the bike paths and the sidewalks and the bike lanes in the city due to lack of maintenance. I would like to see the city of Santa Fe treat bike lanes, sidewalks, and trails just as they do roads as vital transportation infrastructure, not optional recreational seasonal infrastructure. Because to us who do not drive to work, the River Trail and the Asaki Trails are our highways and our main thoroughfares. As you know, the city municipal code 23-18 requires property owners to clear snow and maintain sidewalks outside of their property. That includes the city itself. Like I said, they do a pretty good job here at the City Hall, but I'd like to see it stepped up around the city. I simply see this resolution as rectifying a funding stream that is lacking that should be addressed to meet our own city code. Furthermore, there's a financial detriment to not maintaining our sidewalks and infrastructure in the city. A 2019 article in the Santa Fe Reporter showed that the city was spending $215,000 a year in settlements for people who trip and fall, including on ice on city property. So that's a pretty good chunk of funding right there that could go towards maintenance. I'd also like to say that beyond direct lawsuits, there's a financial, social, and infrastructural cost to every person who does not walk and instead drives because of lack of maintenance in the city. So I'd like to see the city put its money where its mouth is when it talks about sustainability, because we know the moral document of the city is the budget and the code. Thank you.
Thank you. Could we have the next person, please?
Council, my name is Dan Young. I live in District 2. I am a board member with Bike Santa Fe, as well as a co-chair for its advocacy committee. We have sent you already a letter of support, but I want to make sure that I show up in person and express my support for the motion for the resolution that was introduced by Councilman Garcia for ensuring the safe and accessible use of bicycle pedestrian facilities. This funding that's going to come with this resolution is going to ease a lot of the complaints that we see. Our emails that we get are often about the poor conditions that our current bike and pedestrian infrastructure is in. It's a conversation that we've been having with the city MPO previously, often about how can we improve the maintenance of this infrastructure. And ultimately, the limiting factor was usually funding in that conversation. So I think that by supporting this resolution, you guys will be providing a vital service to those that do not drive in Santa Fe, as Daniel said. I think that moving forward, the city needs to treat people who either commute by pedestrian or by bike as the same as those who commute by car. And that starts with maintaining the current infrastructure that we have. In the future, that goes on to expanding said infrastructure. And as the city grows, and that's a question of when and how fast, not if, as the city grows, that's something that I think the city needs to focus on in terms of its budget, its code, and how it develops. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Good evening, Mayor Weber and members of City Council. My name is Destiny Ray. I'm 21 years old from Santa Fe, and I'm also denamed Jimenez and Hopi. Native Americans in New Mexico have endured a history that insists we are expendable, sacrificed for the military-industrial complex and financial interests of the United States and New Mexican government. For over 100 years, my people's voices have resonated through the winds of injustice, pleading for acknowledgement, to be heard, and to be shielded by a nation that promised liberty and justice for all. For 100 years, our tears have blended with the soil, mourning the relentless encroachment of toxic chemicals and the insatiable greed of heartless corporations, robbing us of our ancestral lands. For over 100 years, my people have been told we don't matter, our voices do not need to be heard, and that the government values money and power over the voices of its people, the people whose land they have stolen, the people whom they have been sacrificing into the gaping mouth of the military-industrial complex. But have you ever tried to drink uranium, shower in plutonium, or eat a bomb? You can't. Yet tonight, I stand before you with the weight of my ancestors on my shoulders and pray that you listen. I am imploring you to resurrect the resolution to oppose the monstrous creation of the Los Alamos plutonium pit factory. The time for our cries to fall on deaf ears must end. Justice must prevail over the clamor of greed, and our land, our people, every single New Mexican and Santa Fean must be safeguarded against the relentless march of corporate greed. The role of Los Alamos National Labs is a matter deeply rooted in New Mexico's history. It is etched in the shadowy and violent history of nuclear weapons development and destruction of lives and the environment that goes along with it. I am horrified by the actions of those in power who continue to pursue the needs of corporations. I am stunned by the actions of those who continue a history of pain and chemical exposure. I dare each and every one of you to individually and collectively look me into my eyes and declare that your intent to perpetuate a legacy of genocide. I dare each of you to see me, really see me, and recognize the echoes of my ancestors, the faces of my kin, and boldly assert that you are indifferent and that my voice and our voices hold no significance. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, next person has the floor.
Name's Lee Lewin. I am an educator and I'm a grandmother. I am here to speak on behalf of my grandchildren who have no voice. They will inherit what you create. They will inherit the air, they will inherit the water, and they won't thrive. So consider the future generations. Consider your grandchildren. Think carefully about the decisions you make about plutonium pit production. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You have the floor.
It's Peter Valdez, and yeah, I'm here, same as Lee. I'm a father. I've got 3 kids, ages 6, 8, and 10. My son wants to be an engineer. He wants to do things that'll help the earth, help humanity. That's what we should be funding, not destruction. And yeah, I just hope that you guys can do what's right. And just like Lee said, think about your future generations, your children, your grandchildren, great or grandchildren, going way down the line. This nuclear waste and fallout doesn't go away in the 50 years, 100 years, generations. It lasts a very long time. It could be the end of us all. So please consider that. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Shane Brown. I'm a 3rd generation New Mexican. I live in Santa Fe now. I'm a stepfather to 2 teenagers. I have here 2 different things. One is a document from the NNSA. It's an old proposal for an innovation campus at Midtown Santa Fe from 2019, now defunct. To repeat, defunct. This one, though, is from July 18th of 2023 from Kelly Bershemit. He is the lab deputy director, gave a presentation to Los Alamos County Commission. And in this slide, he talks about exploring federal offsite campus options, possible capabilities for an offsite campus, low hazard, light laboratory workspace, classified office activities. All these combined with the fact that the senior advisor for Mayor Weber is the former lead lobbyist for Bechtel. It seems like rather slanted, biased advising. I am left to wonder if he is here to streamline a Lanel mini campus in Santa Fe. The 1019 article in the Santa Fe New Mexican by Lanel scientist Aaron Robertson goes into great detail about his team's work on genomic sequencing of fungal pathogens. Is this considered low hazard?
Is this part of the new mini campus? I am a working class man and do not understand things like the NEPA process or categorical exclusions. I do understand the 2014 moratorium on genomic sequencing of viral pathogens enacted by President Obama. Given the gravity of the situation, will the mayor and council continue to seek one-sided advisement in the name of political leveraging and enormous risks to the citizens of Santa Fe? And pardon my grandiosity, but risks to the world. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, everyone. My name's Barb O'Connor, and I'm here supporting the people from Los Alamos Study Group. I also work with Nuclear Watch and other organizations. I'm also on the Archbishop Wester's Commission for Peace and Social Justice, and I work with him to try to educate people about the nuclear issue and what it's doing to us and our country, our land, our sea, our earth, our air. It's just overwhelming what's going on in the world. And we just want to, we oppose all pit production at Llano. The money that goes towards that, we spend 90 to $100 billion per year. And I wonder what could be done with that money to help, society, to help people, to help poor people, people without housing and food. There's 15,000 warheads in the world today. I don't know how many do we need before, we reach, the top amount we need. They're on submarines and silos in the ground, on airplanes. The US and Russia have each 7,000 bombs. They were reduced at one point in the 1980s, but they reduced mostly with the obsolete ones anyway. There's 9 countries now that have the bomb. And I read recently where there's 50 nuclear weapons that have been lost at sea from ships or submarines, from crashed airplanes, or simply that rolled off ships. And they're still in the ocean now. Hopefully they won't detonate someday. So I'm just hoping that, everyone here will really study the issue and see what the nuclear industry is doing to this world, to our city, to our country, and the whole world. It's just amazing. And a lot of people say that countries with nuclear weapons deter nuclear attacks from other countries. Where's the evidence? The fact that they have been used since the US bombed Japan in 1940, they haven't been used since 1945 on the bombing of Japan, is not evidence of successful deterrence.
I think your time is up, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
But thank you very much.
Okay.
My name is Tony Gerlich, and I'm here this evening in support of Councilor Michael Garcia's petition to institutionalize funding to improve and maintain the bicycle pathways and roadways here in Santa Fe. I am a member of BPAC, the Bicycle Pedestrian Advisory Committee. We've been working on this resolution for 2 years now. Its time has come, long past due. I'm also a member of Bike Santa Fe, an advocacy group that has nearly 200 members, dues-paying members, and a database of 900 bicyclists around town. And the complaints and the information that we get about the lack of maintenance, particularly in the wintertime and in the colder weather, is ubiquitous. It's constant. I'm a retired educator here in town, having founded 2 schools, and in both of those schools, we encouraged highly our kids to ride their bikes to school. We used to get complaints about their lack of maintenance as well. And after that, I was the director of an international school in Europe for 4 years. And there was no problem whatsoever. We didn't have to advocate for any bicycling. It was part of the fabric of that culture. And we are trying to change the culture so that bicycling is more of a fabric of the culture here in Santa Fe. This resolution of Councilor Garcia's would go a long way to institutionalizing that funding and making that happen. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Evening, Mayor, councilors, new councilors, two new councilors, and ladies and gentlemen. I'm founder of United Nations Santa Fe. My name is Stephen Fox. It's a long story. All the councilors have had lots of articles about it. We've asked to use this room. At some point, no one would sit in the councilor's chair to have a town hall meeting about what we could accomplish with United Nations Santa Fe. So I'll just leave it at that. But I want to give you some big news. You must have read the reports on the news articles about the decisions of the international courts. 15-2, 16-1. This is a powerful message to Israel to stop killing Palestinians. And probably Netanyahu will listen. Lastly, the fact that I wrote to 150 UN ambassadors and heads of state about this joyous news that Santa Fe Council was taking on the task of, the Los Alamos National Laboratory, the two councilors that had a resolution that caved in. I don't want to say caved in. That's not right. They were pressured, whatever. I don't know. I certainly won't blame it on your friend from Bechtel. I don't even know that guy. But I will say that the 160 United Nations ambassadors and heads of state that I wrote to were profoundly disappointed to see this capitulation to this mindless idiocy of 100, of US senators and congressmen giving $9 billion to one county in Los Alamos when the entire state budget used to be $8.5 billion. And now the governor's bumped it up to $12.5 billion. And this is it's incongruous, to be polite. It's ridiculous to be a little less polite. But, I want to encourage all of you to vote for this resolution when it comes back and put some teeth in it and make it much stronger. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Before we go to the Zoom attendees, is there anyone else in this room who would like to take the opportunity to come forward and address something that's not a public hearing later on the agenda? If you haven't had a chance to speak and you wish to do so, now would be the time to come step up to the microphone. Okay, Madam Clerk, can we go to the folks who are waiting on Zoom and also give them the same privilege of speaking to the opportunity to speak to the City Council and the governing body?
Certainly, Mayor. We do have some hands raised in the attendees. We'll start with Jean Nichols.
Yes, this is Jean Nichols. I'm from the Penasco area, but I do a lot of business in Santa Fe, so I believe, I should be heard. It's interesting that the two things that have come up are the bike trails and the Los Alamos thing. I'd like to speak in support of both of those, and I think that they're actually very tied together, because we can either go in the direction of warfare and the destruction, or we can go in the direction of environmental and community, strength and cooperation. And Lanel recently has had so many safety violations. It continues to have safety violations. I remember when Rocky Flats was in Colorado and they finally got shut down. And to me, Los Alamos is the worst place to do this. And right now there's a big push to create a pipeline of our kids coming from schools to work there. We just lost a community member in Dixon who was age 50 and had at least 4 cancers from working at the lab. This is what our kids need to look at, and I'm not sure they're being told that information. So please bring the resolution back, and I agree with the guy who says put some teeth in it, and let's vote for it, and let's become a moral city council. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, who's next?
No, I don't prepare.
Next, we have Stephanie Benenato.
Excuse me. Good evening, Stephanie Benenato. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. I too support the resolution to have permanent funding for maintenance of bike trails and other pedestrian walkways. I have urged the city over several years now to have a city educational campaign concerning particularly clearing and maintenance of sidewalks, including for commercial property managers in particular, and the city could, I believe, easily find out who those are and mail them some notices and put some ads in the paper or radio, whatever. I hope that you will have, I don't think you've acted on this yet, but I hope you will raise some questions about why you need a full-time employee acting supervisor for the higher end home tax program when it won't be effective for a year. And it sort of indicates that you think there's going to be a lot of homes involved. I wonder how many you really think are going to be, coming through the pike. And it also implies more employees. I'm definitely against pit production. And I think that landfill has caused a lot of problems environmentally and otherwise in our community. But what I want to point out is that the city attorney is going to engage in ex post facto law. You had a finding last November that the H board could only make recommendations on design exceptions. It recently changed at the end of December. It was effective end of December, but you have several that have been recommended. And now suddenly there's going to be a workaround and maybe even an expedited process in these quasi-judicial hearings. And these recommendations that should be going to you because they occurred before December 2023 are suddenly going to be end-runned into H board on some expedited list. Because why should anybody have to really bother with them? That is either the city council or the H board, apparently. And that is by some members at least. And I'm sorry, but that is having a law apply after the fact. That is actually unconstitutional. These recommendations need to come to you. You have to take responsibility for them. If you have to have one meeting in which you get to hear all of them or some of them, and then you do another such meeting, maybe that's better than
Thank you, ma'am. I think your time has expired. Appreciate your coming to appear before us. Madam Clerk, is there someone else with their hand up for petitions from the floor in the Zoom waiting area?
Yes, Mayor. Nira.
My name is Nira Hitana. I have written to all of you about my protest against the Lano pit production. It's sanity. It just does not make any sense. In the past month, 3 employees fully garbed in their zoot suits have been contaminated at the lab. How far and how long will it take before contamination moves into explosion? Would you dare to put the lives of the people of Santa Fe, the Pueblos, Espanola Valley, Rio Grande Valley, the world at risk for your money pockets? $93 billion for pit production when there are children and women starving on the streets. This makes absolutely no sense to me. And I know the political animal is really that, the animal. They're after the money, they're after the greed, they're after the hoopla. And as a result of after the hoopla, it'll be a changed environment for the people who live here in this state, in this country, and this world. I want you to really look inside of yourselves, your heart, your soul, your mind, and make a decision that doesn't endanger the lives of people in the entire world. Money is not that important. You can't carry it with you. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Clerk?
Mayor, there are no other hands raised in the
In
attendees.
the attendees area? Okay.
Oh, one just went up.
All right. Very good.
Greg Mello.
Thank you, councilors and mayor. My name is Greg Mello. I'm calling from Washington, D.C., where I'm working on these issues. Couldn't be there tonight. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. And I, too, would like you to reconsider the resolution opposing plutonium pit production at Los Alamos. Because this is a program of record, the silence from the council will be considered as assent to this program by our delegation and by the NNSA. And I've been meeting with these people today all day, and in a conference of nuclear industry officials. And I have to tell you that they're extremely enthusiastic about the nuclear arms race that has begun. There are now 5 kinds of nuclear weapons in production or development. 2 more were added in December in the National Defense Authorization Act signed by President Biden. Others are being considered. The mission that Los Alamos has been given of manufacturing plutonium pits would never be accepted in my old hometown of Livermore. I spoke this evening with the Livermore lab director. It's only Santa Fe and New Mexico that is considered politically vulnerable enough to do this mission, which no one else wants. The question of whether to welcome a nuclear weapons factory is really a lot about the city's identity and its reputation. We know it would be a non-binding resolution, but the city would be making a decision to develop and grow and improve as Santa Fe, not as a bedroom community for a nuclear weapons factory. And that's a very big difference. We hope that you will consider a simple resolution and that will give heart to the citizens of Santa Fe so that we can develop more peacefully. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anyone else in the Zoom waiting area?
No, Mayor, there are no other hands raised.
Okay, is there anyone here who did not get a chance to take advantage of the opportunity to speak who wishes to? Okay, thank you. Sorry. Yeah. Very good. Madam Clerk, can you then return us to our regular order of business?
Certainly, Mayor. We will move to item 9I. It's a request for approval of amendment number 1 to item 23-0493, exclusive negotiation agreement with Midtown Santa Fe Productions, QOF LLC, to extend the term through August 4th, 2024, with no corresponding change to other terms. And I believe we have Karen Iverson, Director of the Metropolitan Redevelopment Agency, here to present.
Very good. Welcome. You have the floor.
However, councilors, we need a motion.
Oh, very good. Is there a motion on this item before we go forward with it?
Can we make a motion to hear this in executive session and then make a motion after we come out of executive session?
Or counselors, I think the motion would be to adopt, then you can discuss any procedural matters you want to have about it. So then it would be to move it into executive session potentially. Move to approve.
Second.
Okay, there's a motion on the floor to approve this item. And there's also, I believe, a procedural motion that Counselor Garcia has been introducing.
So I'll move to hear this item in executive session later on this evening during our executive session portion.
I'll second. Does that need a second?
It's a motion, yeah, absolutely. Is there a discussion about this, taking it up in executive session by anyone? Any objection? Very good. If we were to adopt the motion, take it up in executive session, the motion would be await our return from executive session to adopt.
Counselors, I think that's right. I think if you wanted to add to that motion, if there's any discussion to have here, you could still do that, and you might want to, and that might be the right way to do it, and then table it until after executive session to make it cover all bases.
Okay. So what we could do now then is to entertain overview from.
Mayor, Counselor, you got to vote on the motion to move it to executive session first.
Okay, very good. So, Madam Clerk, can you call the roll on moving it to executive session?
And Mayor, I should say, consider it in executive session.
Yeah, right.
Certainly, Mayor. Counselor Lee Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Michael Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Lindell,
Yes.
Counselor Romero Worth,
Yes.
Counselor Cassett,
Yes.
Counselor Castro,
Yes.
Counselor Faulkner,
Yes.
Mayor Weber,
Yes.
motion passed.
Yeah, I should mention, by the way, for anyone who's concerned, it's Counselor Chavez had a family emergency that came up, which is the reason she's excused from being with us at this point. She's had to go take care of something that is a significant family issue. So we're going to take it up in executive session. So Madam City Attorney, your advice now is if we want to have a discussion, we can do it, or we can wait until after we come back from the executive session. We can, my personal preference would be to take it up in executive session and then come back out of it rather than have a discussion now and then a discussion then, which would mean a motion to table till we come out of executive session.
So moved.
Second.
Could you call the roll on that motion then, please, that we'll take this up after, we'll bring it off the table after we come out of executive.
Yes, Mayor. Counselor Michael Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Lindell, Counselor Romero Worth,
Yes.
Counselor Cassett,
Yes.
Counselor Castro,
Yes.
Counselor Faulkner,
Yes.
Counselor Lee Garcia,
Yes.
Mayor Weber,
Yes.
motion passed.
Very good. So we will return to this item later, and we will be, when it's appropriate, going into executive session for a number of considerations. This will be one of them. Thank you for being here. Could you take us to the next item, please, Madam Clerk?
Certainly, Mayor. Next item is 9Q. It's a request for approval of a budget amendment resolution to allocate FY 23 gross receipt tax revenue earned over budgeted estimates in the amount of $47,946 to create a new full-time employee accounting supervisor for the high-end home excise tax program. And we have Finance Director Emily K. Oster here.
Move to approve.
So we have a motion on the floor that would approve this. Counselor Garcia is the individual on our governing body who asked to have it taken off of consent. What I'd like to do first is just have, for everybody to become familiar with the item, have Director Oster provide a overview, and then I'll go to Counselor Michael Garcia so he can raise questions or express his interest in the item.
Certainly, Mr. Mayor and members of the governing body, I'm happy to have the opportunity to talk to you about this. So we are requesting approval of a new accounting supervisor that will assist with revenue accounting, including the supervision of the new high-end home excise tax program. And we also have some other duties that we're hoping that this accounting supervisor can help us with related to increasing revenue collection for leases and accounting for revenue in general. As you know, you may recall, the new excise tax was approved by voters with a 70% majority in the November 7th election. We have begun the process of implementing, and the tax goes into effect on May 28th. And so I am requesting funding for a new position from the general fund to create a new full-time employee to assist, like I said, with the administration of this program, but also with helping with revenue collection and revenue accounting in general, including our leased revenue from leases. One thing that I would like to note about this is that we are requesting funding from the general fund. So this position would not be funded with revenue raised by the excise tax, but rather from general fund. Mr. Mayor, I'm happy to take any.
Thank you.
questions.
Thank you. Counselor Garcia, you have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I know that the excise tax is certainly under litigation still. Do we have a time frame when we expect that to be completed?
I think that
Mr. Mayor and
might be
Councilor.
something the city attorney would address rather than Finance Director Oster.
Mayor Weber, councilors, I think that's part of our executive session this afternoon. It's fully briefed for our motion to dismiss, and we've requested a hearing on the dismissal. So we don't have control over the district court.
Okay. I guess the next question is when we begin to collect the resources, obviously they're going to be working on these duties of managing the funds that are coming in, but it wasn't necessarily mentioned in regards to additional duties. Can you expand further on what this position would be doing? Because trying to think, managing the money coming in wouldn't be a full-time job. And so you mentioned other duties that this person would be doing. And if you can expand a little bit for me, please.
Mr. Mayor and Councilor Garcia, it's hard to say how much work will be needed in terms of making sure that we're overseeing this new tax program and ensuring that taxes that are owed to the city under the new program are being paid. It is a new funding source for our Affordable Housing Trust Fund, and we're excited to have a new revenue source going into that fund to help us address the need for affordable housing in the city. In terms of other duties that I expect this position to assist with, we would like to dedicate more time and effort to collecting revenue from leases and to accounting for revenue. One of the things that I would like to establish is a system of of lessee accounts and an invoicing and billing methodology so that we can ensure that the city is collecting all of the lease revenue that's owed for the leases of real property that we have. So that would be in collaboration with the asset management group in the community development department. We also have the lodgers tax program. We have a similar accounting supervisor position that is currently overseeing the lodgers tax position. So there may be some crossover between those two positions in relation to both lodgers tax and the excise tax.
Okay, thank you so much. Have you spoken with the union about the creation of this position?
Mr. Mayor and Councilor Garcia, this is a supervisory position, so it would be a non-union position.
Who would they be supervising?
Mr. Mayor, our current accounting supervisors supervise project specialists and accounting financial analysts. So the accounting supervisor that I mentioned that supervises the lodgers tax program supervises a project specialist position. They're both within our treasury group.
So there's nobody supervising those individuals right now?
Mr. Mayor and Councilor Garcia, the position, the lodgers tax accounting supervisor position is currently filled.
Okay, but so seems like a duplication of duties. If there is a person that is managing the lodgers tax project, for lack of better words. There's a supervisor for them already. You had mentioned that this new position would manage the lodgers tax person. So can you help me understand? Because I mean, I'm trying to understand why we're bringing in another supervisor. But
Mr. Mayor and Councilor Garcia, the lodger's tax position was in the classification of accounting supervisor. And in determining, the needs of this position and the work that I expect this position to do, that's the job classification that contained the duties that I need this position to perform. So that's why I'm requesting the creation of an accounting supervisor position.
the position you're proposing will oversee the lodger's tax position.
Mr. Mayor and Councilor Garcia, no, the position that I'm proposing would be a lateral to the position that oversees the lodger's tax program.
Okay.
They would both be located within the Treasury group, and there are, let's see, I think there are 6 staff positions. Several are project specialists, and then several are accounting financial analysts within the Treasury group. And then we currently have 2 supervisory positions, and we're requesting the creation of 1 additional accounting supervisor.
Okay. Last question I have is more so around the allocation of the resources. So this is proposed to use unexpected GRT resources. Historically, a lot of those resources have gone to non-reoccurring expenses. This is a reoccurring expense. Can you tell me, or and if you can't, I'd like to get a breakdown out of the, roughly $16 million, because I know it's referenced 14.2 million in the memo, but there was an additional roughly 2 million that had been allocated prior to that. So $16 million unexpected GRT. How much of that was allocated towards reoccurring expenses? Because I know in the past there's been the stance of, well, the resources are a one-time expenditure. We shouldn't build them. They're not being built into the budgets, but this is being built into the budget. And so I don't expect you to have the number off the tip of your fingers, but if I can get the number of reoccurring expenses that have been committed to or going to be proposed out of the $16 million, I would appreciate that. And again, I don't expect you to have that info now, just as we work towards building next year's budget. I guess the last question is, and I hope this isn't the case, because I was fully in support of the excise tax. I hope it brings in tons and tons and tons of revenue for us. But you've also got to look at, on the flip side, what happens if there isn't as much revenue generated. Then that ultimately would mean the workload for that individual would be lower. What is the plan should that be an outcome? Because I think having the position before the work that's already there, and I know it's hard to gauge, but we haven't even begun to collect revenue yet. So we don't even have any data to reference. For example, 1 year we collected X amount. Year 2, we collected X amount, and we can base workload off of trends. And so I guess what should we not have enough work for this individual to do? What is the plan? Or I don't know if there is a plan that you might have.
Mr. Mayor and Councilor Garcia, I could use this person right now. We're in the process of writing an administrative rule, developing forms. We're working with the Office of Affordable Housing. We're leveraging interns to help us with this work. The implementation of a new tax program is a lot of work. It's a heavy lift. The administration of the program doesn't start when you start receiving the revenue. You have to establish administrative rules, forms, instructions. You have to train people on what's required under the new tax. We've already had a working group meeting with representatives from local title companies. So, you know, it's already a full-time position. I don't know how many, you know, hours this is going to take in the future, but, you know, I could certainly use a full-time position right now to help me set this program up. Based on the way that, you know, the program is going to be operating with all sales filing a return, and then only those that have a tax liability paying. I do anticipate that the workload will be enough to support a full-time equivalent. However, if there isn't, you know, enough work, I do believe that there's plenty of other work that we can do to enhance revenue collection and other programs. I mentioned the leased real estate. That is an area where I think we may be leaving money on the table. I think we have potentially some opportunities with regard to other fees and other revenues to increase awareness of what's required and perhaps do some enforcement. You know, hopefully we can get a lot of the way there by educating people about what's required, and then ensuring that amounts that are owed to the city are being paid. So I'm confident that we have enough work for this position, and, you know, I could use it as soon as possible. In regards to your question about recurring versus non-recurring, we did fund some positions through the unanticipated revenue bar proposals this cycle. And I can certainly get you a list of what they are, but I do want to just note that each of those budget adjustments that provided that funding were individually presented to the governing body and approved by the governing body.
Thank you. I understand that and wasn't calling into question us approving it. It was just trying to get an understanding of how much reoccurring expenses we've appropriated, given that necessarily hasn't been the direction we've taken in the past, or at least when I've proposed we adopt some reoccurring expenses with unexpected GRT, there's been differing opinions that we can't do that. And so I'm glad we're looking at filling critical positions with some of these resources. But I also want to make sure that we are not being loosey-goosey and saying, well, we are doing it this year for this. Let's do it all the time. If we're going to fill positions, let's fill positions and not just say, we're not going to do it this year, we're going to do it the following year. Question that piqued my interest just because you mentioned it, that we're leaving money on the table for leases. What leads you to believe that?
Mr. Mayor and Councilor Garcia, we don't currently have a mechanism for tracking lease revenue and ensuring that all of our tenants are paying all of the rent that's owed to the city. And that's something that I would like to work with the asset development group to put a process in place. That's one of the things that I would like this new position to focus on.
Okay, no, I completely agree. And I think I know it hasn't been practiced in the past with some of the prior positions, and I don't know if we can do it moving forward, especially, and the reason I'm asking it would have been nice for this one just because a lot of the work is unknown. You had mentioned that some of the work is already ongoing. So once you build up that capacity and system and infrastructure, that work doesn't necessarily need to be, that heavy lift is done. It's more so maintenance. It then becomes the accounting process. And so if, you know, I'm looking at it from the perspective, if I'm applying for this position, I want to know what I'm applying for, not going in, well, the work wasn't there, so I'm going to be reassigned to do X, Y, and Z when I was assigned to do, I applied to do A, B, and C. And so I think, you know, when we create these positions, we want to fully understand what the scope of work is for the individual. So with that, no other questions, Mr. Mayor. Good luck with the position. Director Oster.
Councilor Castro.
Yes, as usual, questions bring up more questions. So I think that we might be seeing a project specialist position opening up underneath this position at some point, possibly in the next fiscal year? When would we be looking at that?
Mr. Mayor and Councillor Castro, certainly we may need to go that direction. I think part of that is judging the workload. But that is how we have the other accounting supervisors are currently supervising project specialists and accounting financial analysts.
So in the interest of transparency, we may be seeing another position under this one. Great, thank you.
Thank you. Other questions? Yes, Councillor Faulkner.
So this is a pretty important program, and I would imagine workload as well as the responsibility related to this program for any of the staff that's to work on it. We want to have the best people in place, correct? Like we
Mr.
don't
Mayor.
want to piecemeal this from other people. We want someone whose sole purpose is to do this thing.
Mr. Mayor and Councillor Faulkner, yes, I would like to establish a robust system for administering this new tax from the very beginning.
Yes, Councillor Mayor Worth.
I'm just a little concerned the finance director had a little bit of a furrowed brow on that last comment about a positioning opening up. I'm not exactly sure where Councillor Castro was going with that. Are you suggesting that somebody's leaving the city that you know about and not announcing? I just, when you throw around the transparency word,
Sure.
And when
Sorry.
the finance director furrows her brow in response, I'm not exactly sure what you're alluding to.
So I guess in the interest of understanding the position better, it is a supervisory position, but it is currently not supervising anyone. So we might be seeing another project specialist position sort of underneath this position.
That's
So that they have somebody to supervise.
Exactly.
Okay, sorry, it was just a little too cryptic for me.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Thanks. That's all I had.
okay. Other questions? I would just point out something that Director Oster mentioned, but I think it's important to reiterate, which is one of the promises made in the course of developing the argument in favor of the excise tax on high-end homes and the transaction of selling them was that the funds would all go into the Affordable Housing Trust Fund, and that it would not, in fact, lead to any money going into the administration of that effort. That's not to say that there doesn't need to be administration, but that the public was told, and this keeps that promise, that funding to administer the program, well, first to set up the program, which you've already begun working on. And I think it's important that you noted that you don't wait until the funds start rolling in to figure out how to administer it. The promise is being kept that all of the money from the excise tax will go into the Affordable Housing Trust Fund rather than into the administration of it. And therefore, creating this position out of the general fund is really a promise kept to the public. I just wanted to reiterate that. You said it, but I think it's really front and center, the whole point of doing it this way. Questions? Otherwise, we have a motion on the floor. Madam Clerk, can we call the roll?
Certainly, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Lindell? Councillor Romero Worth?
Yes.
Councillor Cassett?
Yes.
Councillor Castro?
Yes.
Councillor Faulkner?
Yes.
Councillor Lee Garcia?
Yes.
Councillor Michael Garcia?
Yes.
Mayor Weber?
Yes.
Motion passed.
Thank you. Thank you, Director Oster, for being such a prominent part of this evening's program. We're grateful to you. Madam Clerk, can you take us to the next item?
Yes, Mayor, the next item is 10A. It's a request for approval of a budget amendment resolution in the total amount of $162,644 from utilities fund balance to utility customer service admin service contracts for temporary staffing services, and a request for governing body to authorize the chief procurement officer to amend PO number 22401108 for temporary staffing services with its quest to increase for an additional $162,644 for a total amount of $312 or $312,644.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Is there a motion?
Second.
A motion and there's a second. Mr. City Manager, were we gonna have Mr. Dupuy or someone else from Public Utilities here, or is there somebody who can address this for us before we get into questions?
Mr. Mayor, let me find out.
Okay. I guess we can go to questions and then see if there's anybody to answer them. Councilor Castro.
Sure, and this is less of a question, more of a comment. I actually had pulled this off of the consent calendar, and I wanted to address the reason why and also some of the answers that I got. In particular, I was concerned with the temporary employment agency, as sometimes we're not able to really control or understand their labor practices. And so I had a conversation with Mr. Dupuy, and he assured me that these are positions that they hope will be permanent positions one day, and they are training folks that they then will hire on as permanent positions. So as long as we as a city understand that that is the ultimate goal, we are not in the business of having a lot of temp workers, then I am happy with this.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that. I'm grateful to you. Other comments or concerns about the item that's before us? Well, we have a motion and we had an explanation as to why the item was put in this spot on the agenda. If there aren't any other questions, Madam Clerk, I think you can go ahead and call the roll.
Thank you, Mayor. Counselor Romero Worth,
Yes.
Counselor Cassett,
Yes.
Counselor Castro,
Yes.
Counselor Faulkner, Counselor Lee Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Michael Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Lindell, Mayor Weber,
Yes.
motion passed.
Thank you. And Councilor Castro, I want to thank you for taking it up with Director Dupuy as a sidebar conversation and clarifying it so that it really got expedited here tonight. Thank you for doing that. Grateful to you. Could you take us to the next item then, Madam Clerk?
Certainly, Mayor. The next item is 10B. It's a request for ratification of amendment number 2 to item 20-0042 with New Mexico Department of Transportation S100470 to extend the term through June 30th, 2025 with no corresponding change in cost. We have Capital Projects Manager Romelo Glorioso Mas here for questions.
Move to approve.
Second.
There's a motion in many seconds, which I appreciate. I think Councilor Lindell was the first out of the chute. Perhaps for people who are watching or listening and didn't delve into the packet, you could explore this with us.
Thank you, Mayor Weber, members of the council. So in October of last year, the city requested the New Mexico Department of Transportation to extend the termination date of a cooperative project agreement, which is basically a funding agreement to design the St. Michael's Drive Rail Trail Underpass project, which for $1.2 million, which was expiring on January 25, 2024, last week. We received the amended contract on January 23rd for city approval and needed to be returned to NMDOT for execution no later than January 24. So we basically had one day. Since the deadline for accepting the contract amendment occurred before the deadline to include the agreement on the governing body's meeting tonight, staff requested the city manager to approve the contract amendments via the Santa Fe City Code 2-46.b. The new termination date is June 30, 2025. This project involves the construction of a bicycle and pedestrian underpass at the intersection of St. Michael's Drive and Rail Trail. Its main objective is to improve safety. It will separate pedestrian and bicyclists from vehicular traffic and trains crossings, allowing for safe, uninterrupted pedestrian and bicycle traffic flow. Studies show that with installation of an underpass, that bicycle and pedestrian related crash decreases by 91%. And as you may know, there were 2 fatalities at this intersection in 2014. This project was also prioritized by District 2 Councilors Romero Worth and Michael Garcia for legislative funding for District 2. Thank you, and I stand for questions.
Thank you very much. Are there questions from the governing body? Any discussion? Madam Clerk, could you call the roll on the motion, please?
Certainly, Mayor. Counselor Cossett,
Yes.
Counselor Castro,
Yes.
Counselor Faulkner,
Yes.
Counselor Lee Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Michael Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Lindell, Counselor Romero Worth,
Yes.
Mayor Weber,
Yes.
motion passed.
Thank you. Thank you very much for being here and for explaining it so clearly. I appreciate it. Madam Clerk, can you take us to the next item then, please?
Yes, Mayor, the next item is 10C. It's appeal number 2023-7619 of case number 2023-7088. It's a recommendation to deny appeal by Ann W. Gonzalez due to lack of conformity with Santa Fe City Code Section 14-3.17. And we have Assistant City Attorney Rebecca Minnick-Herman here for questions.
Thank you. I would entertain a motion.
Mayor,
Yes.
I do need to recuse myself from this case as I have had numerous communications with the appellants and the neighbors that have rendered me no longer an impartial party. So I will be stepping out.
Thank you for identifying that for us. I appreciate it. That said, is there a motion for us to consider?
To consider.
Second.
Motion,
Consider.
is there a motion to take action on this item? I know, but it's really, I don't know that that's an action. We will consider it, but we need a motion on the floor.
I would like to
deny the appeal.
Is there a second to the motion to deny the appeal?
Second.
All right, that gives us something to consider. Could you please give us a presentation on it, after which the council will, or the governing body will engage in questions and explore and consideration of the item?
Mr. Mayor, of course. Let's see, can you hear me?
Yes, as
Right.
long as you're really directionally in front of the microphone.
Okay, I think I got it. Okay. Good evening, Mayor, and members of City Council. For anyone who might not know me or for members of the public, my name is Rebecca Minnick-Herman, and I'm an Assistant City Attorney from the Santa Fe City Attorney's Office. I'm here today to give you a short presentation on a recommendation from the City Attorney's Office that an appeal of a decision by a land use board be denied for failure to comply with appeal procedures. What you'll be considering today is whether to accept the City Attorney's Office recommendation and deny the appeal, which means that there will be a final decision that the appellant may then appeal to district court, or whether you would like to reject the City Attorney's Office recommendation so this matter is set for a substantive hearing before the governing body at a later date. So this is just a discussion. It's not a public hearing, so I'll just be making a recommendation. There won't be any witness testimony or public comment as part of this hearing. So in this case, the appellant, Ms. Ann Gonzalez, filed a verified appeal petition on November 21st of 2023, in which she asked the governing body to overturn a decision by the Board of Adjustment. The applicant and the appellee in this case is a person named Lucas Nachtrub, and he is represented through an agent in this case, Wayne Lloyd and Associates. In this case, the land use director reviewed the appeal and determined that the appellants had failed to deliver notice of the appeal to the appellee, Mr. Nachtrub, or his agent on time. The code requires an appellant to serve an appellee within 3 days of filing. So she would have needed to serve the appellee by November 24th of 2023. On December 19th of 2023, I reached out to Ms. Gonzalez to confirm whether she'd served Mr. Nachtrub or his agent, and she confirmed by email that she had not, and I included a copy of that email in the packet with my memo, and that was marked as Exhibit B. The governing body has previously addressed the issue of servant on applicants at least once before. In 2020, the governing body rejected an appeal on the grounds that an appellant hadn't served an appeal on the applicants within 3 days. In that case, the appellant did appeal the governing body's decision to deny her appeal to the district court. And the district court judge that heard the matter upheld the governing body's decision to deny the appeal, and held in relevant part that in adopting the code of ordinances, the city council could have chosen a different timeline, but they did not. The 3 days serves a purpose. Once the time has expired, the applicant could move forward with their plans to get a permit for the addition. And so I included a copy of that district court order with my memorandum as well. The governing body is, of course, under no obligation to comply with that order. You have no obligation to do exactly what you did before, but I just submitted this information because I think it's helpful to consider how we've applied this previously so that we can think about applying the law consistently. The appellant did submit a statement regarding the proposed denial that I attached to my memo. And in that statement, she addresses some of the substantive issues that she raises in her appeal. Those substantive issues should not be part of the governing body's decision tonight. The only question before the governing body is whether or not the applicant was timely served, whether the appellee was timely served. Additionally, the appellant also took the position in her statement that she didn't receive adequate guidance from the land use department staff regarding the appeal process. However, the appeal petition form itself does direct appellants to the section of the city code governing appeal procedures, including the rule regarding service and the timelines for service. And the email attached to appellant's statement from Ms. Maggie Moore identified the section of the code that describes the conformity review process. And so that is part of our appeal procedures. Land use staff do have to be careful not to give legal advice to appellants in appeal proceedings, and they are not entitled to receive that type of advice from land use staff. The New Mexico Supreme Court has advised that the practice of law is not restricted to appearances in court. It also encompasses giving legal advice and counsel. And in addition, the very acts of interview, analysis, and explanation of legal rights constitute practicing law. So I don't think that Ms. Moore would have been in a position to advise the appellant about what exactly she needed to do at different stages of the appeal. So in conclusion, the city attorney's office is recommending denial based on the fact simply that Ms. Gonzalez did not serve Mr. Nachtrub in this case. The New Mexico Court of Appeals has held that municipal rules and regulations have the force of law, and therefore they impose a duty to comply with that standard, and noncompliance is not excused by ignorance of that standard. So in other words, ignorance of the law is not an excuse. And the simple fact here is that the evidence shows that the applicant was not timely served with a copy of the appeal. And so for that reason, we're recommending denial. There are two motion options here. The first is you can move to accept the recommendation from the city's attorney's office and deny the appeal. Then the city's decision is final and may be appealed to district court. Second option is to move to reject the recommendation of the city attorney's office and set the appeal for a public hearing before the governing body in accordance with Chapter 14. That concludes my presentation, and I'll stand for questions.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Members of the governing body, questions, remembering our adopted 10-minute guidance line for people asking questions, but we can go around and around as much as we need to get to the bottom of the issue to the satisfaction of the governing body. Are there questions at this time? I will recognize Councilor Michael Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. A quick question, Ms. Manikerman. Should the governing body deny the appeal, can Ms. Gonzalez reapply for a new appeal, knowing that she knows the full process that was outlined, that is outlined in the city code?
Could you reapply for an appeal? So, I don't believe that she could, but I'm trying to I'm trying to do the analysis here. So we have a deadline for filing an appeal petition. And so that's 30 days from the date of the vote, 35 days from the date of the vote, or 30 days from the date of the adopted of the decision, the written decision. And I don't recall right now the date of the written decision. I could try to find that information for you.
Yeah, that would be helpful just because I think not only in this case, but in other cases, there's been instances where the average citizen wants to take part in the process and they're not a lawyer. They don't understand city bureaucracy. And I know the stance has been in the past that the city's not the individual's lawyer, but we shouldn't set up a maze of a process to where the individual has to become a paralegal to do something as simple as filing an appeal. And so that's more of a statement, not necessarily a question, but I think it's very concerning to me that the process we've had, I've said it in the past, we shouldn't point folks to say, go do your legal research. Government should work for the people, not against the people. And we need to ensure that if we are going to take the stance, we're not their lawyer, we need to provide information in a manner that somebody with a very low education can understand it, all the way up to somebody who has a JD. And I, again, not a question, Ms. Minnick-Herman. I just think we need to really evaluate our processes with this. So thank you for clarifying if they could reapply or not.
Thank you, Council. Other questions at this time? Yeah, go ahead, Councilor Castro.
Just to understand process a little better, on the flip side, if we were to approve, what would the next steps be?
So excuse me. So if you were to
So we have a motion to deny this appeal. If we were to approve this appeal.
okay, so if you were to approve the appeal, then the next step would be to set the matter for a substantive hearing before the governing body. Basically we're supposed to set it as soon as possible, giving the appellant time to comply with the notice requirements under section it's part of chapter 14. There are certain notice requirements that they have to comply with, including 15 days mailing notice and some other requirements. So it
would sort of set the clock back a little bit so they could possibly finish the process. Is that what I'm understanding?
So they could have a substantive hearing. If you were to vote to, if the governing body tonight were to vote to reject the city attorney's recommendation and grant the appeal, yes, the next step would be a substantive hearing before the governing body where the governing body would consider the merits of the appellant's appeal.
Thank you.
Councilor Garcia.
Mr. Mayor, just quick clarification for the councilor on that. Then there could be an appeal of the appeal in district court, right? What's the next process for the entity that's getting the appeal brought against them? It's their rights.
For Mr. Nachtraub, the applicant.
Mayor Weber, councilors, I think this is going down the line of what are the rights of the people who the city attorney's office does not advise or represent. So I don't want to use this hearing to advise those people. I mean, that was the whole point of we can't advise non-city actors. So asking how do these parties go about exercising their rights outside of this matter that we have in front of us seems bigger. You're asking the assistant city attorney to essentially alert the parties what their rights are, which sounds like legal advice to those parties. I do think looking at Exhibit A is really important, which is the petition, and the first line on top does say, or the lines on top does say see section 14-3-.17D for the procedure. And that's where the notice provisions are. So the very top of the petition does say, go see this section for the procedure. Mayor,
Counselor?
can you articulate again, why it is that it's important that the appellee be served with notice that there's an appeal been asked for? What is that, like, help us understand why that happens? Like, what do we, I mean, rules have reasons, right? They're not just to be mean. So what's the reason for notifying the other party?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councilor Romero Worth. The reason for notifying the other party is so that they know that the Board of Adjustments decision was not final. If they have noticed that a matter is being appealed, then they know they can't proceed with construction or permitting or any further steps on the project that they've been given a right to do by that board. If the decision is final, then they can proceed. If there's an appeal, it means the decision is not final.
And can you, so having a time period on when you might expect an appeal is an important thing as well, right? Because if you started down the road of construction and you're signing contracts and you're putting down deposits and all that kind of stuff, and then suddenly, you've got an appeal. I mean, that's the reason why we set timeframes too, right?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councilor Romero Worth. Yes, that's correct.
Can you say it better than I did?
I can try. The timelines are important because because the applicant or the community as a whole needs to be able to know when something becomes final and when something can proceed, when people can start investing financially, when people can start anticipating that a project is going to move forward. If a project is not final, meaning if it's under appeal, or if it's still in the timeline where someone could appeal, then there's still some uncertainty there that the project could be challenged or the prior decision could be reversed or altered in some way.
Good. Okay. Counselor Lindell, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a couple of quick questions here. I think that in the in our packet on page 1, in the intro, this appeal has to do with and the recommendation of the city attorney's office has to do with that this appeal was not filed in a timely manner, which is required by our code. Is that correct?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Councilor Lindell. If I could just provide one correction, it was timely filed, but it was not timely served on the applicant as required by our code.
Thank you for correcting me. Our code requires that it be served in a timely manner, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
And that timeline in this particular case was not met.
That is correct. That timeline was not met.
So it did not meet our code.
That is correct. Councilor Lindell, the appeal did not comply with our code.
Okay, that's pretty clear for me. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Counselor Garcia, I took your question about what happens next to heart. And I was, as Counselor Lindell was going into the matter, I did a review of the reading of the staff memo, just to refresh everybody's memory. It says, if the governing body accepts the recommendation, which is the denial, then it says in the staff report, quote, the decision is final and may be appealed to district court, unquote. So that's embedded in the staff report as the paths that are laid out by our own process. Other questions? Thank you. We have a motion on the floor. Can we repeat the motion so there's absolute clarity about what a yes, it's one of those, what a yes vote means and what a no vote means, because we're in that realm where yes and no are sometimes reversed.
Remember, councilors, a yes is to deny the appeal. The motion is to deny the appeal that's on the floor.
So if anyone who votes yes would uphold the recommendation of the city attorney. Is that correct? Very good. With that understanding, Madam Clerk, can you call the roll?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Counselor Castro,
Yes.
Counselor Faulkner, Counselor Lee Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Michael Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Lindell, Counselor Romero Worth,
Yes.
Mayor Weber,
Yes,
motion pass.
thank you. Madam Clerk, could you take us to the next item, please? And we need to bring our recused council member in from the cold.
The next item on the agenda is item 10D. It's consideration of a resolution sponsored by Mayor Alan Weber. It's acknowledging the city's fiscal year 2022 audit report and findings and accepting management's response for correcting the findings.
Move to approve.
There's a motion and there's a second. Director Oster, how nice to see you tonight. Could you walk us through and walk others who are watching or listening to understand what this resolution, why this is before the governing body tonight?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, I certainly can. So this resolution would acknowledge the city's fiscal year 2022 external financial statement and compliance audit report, which was presented earlier this evening by Carriggs Ingram and myself, and would accept the city's management responses for correcting the findings. And those management responses are included in the external audit report. And they are under the heading of views of responsible officials and planned corrective action. So that's what we mean when we're saying management responses in this resolution. This resolution is being proposed in order to meet the New Mexico Department of Finance and Administration Local Government Division's request that the city's governing body formally acknowledge the FY22 audit report and findings and accept the responses that city management staff have made to correct those findings. And that request, the Department of Finance and Administration asked for a copy of the resolution by February 5th, next week. The local government division stated in their letter that, which is attached in PrimeGov for your review, that they need this resolution in order to obtain the most concise financial status of your local government. So the purpose of this proposed resolution is to comply with this request from the local government division of the Department of Finance and Administration.
Thank you. Questions for the director, Councilor Romero Worth, and then we'll go to you, Councilor Garcia.
Just a quick question. We didn't do this on the FY21 audit. So this is basically a requirement that started in FY22. And so going forward, we'll be doing this unless they change the process. Am I right about that?
Mr. Mayor and Councilor Romero Worth, yes, that is correct. This requirement was new and it was directed in a memorandum from the Department of Finance and Administration that was issued in December of 2022.
And then in addition, we have another letter which is now giving us a time frame when this has to be presented, because of course this one's late. So we're trying to comply with the time frame that DFA has provided to us.
Mr. Mayor and Councilor Romero Worth, that's correct. In the letter that was sent to the city on January 22nd, the Department of Finance and Administration requested this resolution within 2 weeks.
Okay, and essentially, we went over the earlier tonight, all the findings, the management responses are in that big binding that our auditors flipped through, all 243 pages, something like that. So those are all there. And we, of course, as a council, were briefed on that prior to the audit's release publicly. We've now seen this audit presentation it has been given 3 times, once to the audit committee, once to the finance committee, and then tonight. So now we've, all the relevant parties at the city have been briefed, and now we're being asked to basically say that we've seen this and we've seen the responses, and I think that's what they're looking for, right? Is to make sure that everybody's been brought up to speed on where exactly the audit stands and what the issues are.
Mr. Mayor and Councilor Romero-Worth, yes, I believe that's correct. The request is that the governing body acknowledge the audit report and findings and accept management's responses for correcting the findings.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have, Mayor.
Thank you. Counselor Lee Garcia. Sir, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mayor. Questions were kind of along the lines Councilwoman Romero-Worth had. What can you tell me? So we didn't have to do this for fiscal year 21 or fiscal year 22. I mean 2020 and 21. What brought this up and so quickly?
Mr. Mayor and Councilor Garcia, I received a letter from the Department of Finance and Administration on January 22nd, and that is included in PrimeGov. It's titled DFA and LGD Audit FY22 Review Letter. And that is where at the bottom of the first page of the letter, they're requesting a copy of the governing body approved resolution acknowledging the FY22 audit findings and accepting management response for correcting the findings. And that letter refers to a memorandum that was issued 12/29 of 2022 by the local government division of DFA that directs local governments to adopt this resolution. So the requirement applies to all local governments subject to the oversight of the Department of Finance and Administration. They're just requesting a copy of it in the letter dated January 22nd.
Is this common procedure coming from the Department of Finance Administration to municipalities?
Mr. Mayor and Councilor Garcia, the memo is directed to all local governments. In terms of the December of 2022 memo is directed to all local governments that are overseen by the local government division of the Department of Finance and Administration. So the requirement to adopt a resolution is not specific to the city of Santa Fe. It's prescribed for local governments that are under DFA's oversight.
All inclusive, thank you. Yeah, I think it's something that came up rather quickly in regards to, first off, thought process that it's directed to us because we're been behind on audits for the past few years. And so I'm glad to hear that it's all municipalities. And I don't know if I'm interpreting this in a way that it's correct, but this is how I see it, is to accept responses, therefore condone what we are doing. I'm not there yet. I think that we are getting there, and I know we're making steps towards correcting things, but I'm not sure that is something that I'm going to be supporting tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Counselor. Questions, others? I think you make a good point, Director Oster. This is not specific to the city of Santa Fe, nor would I endorse the verb condone. I don't think it's appropriate. I think what we're suggesting is that the DFA folks are asking us to acknowledge the report, which we received, and acknowledge the findings and accept the recommendations as the city's response to correct the findings. That's, nobody's suggesting that we're happy that the audit's late. What we're saying is this conforms to the DFA request. Any other questions? Councilor Michael Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I'm referencing the letter that was sent to us from DFA. One of the requests is to pass this resolution or have the governing body approve a resolution acknowledging the fiscal year 22 audit findings. But there is also a couple of other requests that are very specific to the city of Santa Fe. And if the governing body can get a receipt of the correspondence that was sent to DFA regarding, the request number 1, backup documentation to substantiate the corrective action that has been completed or the status of the progress made in completing the corrective action on the following findings. That was one of the requests. Another is reasons why repeat findings have not been addressed and the progress made on the corrective actions to be taken to address these findings. And then the third request is this resolution. So just respectfully requesting that the governing body also receive the information that is being submitted for requests number 1 and number 2 as well.
And I would also suggest that at the time that we submit the, assuming this were to pass, if it doesn't pass, it's a different kettle of fish. But if this resolution were to pass, I think we should submit with it the a link to the video of the first part of tonight's governing body meeting where you and our auditor went into great detail responding to questions regarding correcting findings, and really if DFA would like to get a deeper dive into the extent to which you and your team and all of our department heads have been working overtime to address these findings, let's give them the opportunity to see that, because I think it's quite instructive, not just for our residents and the public, but for DFA to see the seriousness with which this is being taken. Any other comments or questions? Yeah, Councilor Faulkner.
So it sounds to me like this is just a standard response to the audits, and it's the state wanting us to show that we acknowledge the audits, that we accept the findings, and that we intend to take the action recommended, right? So it's just like it's a communication back to DFA that we get it. Is that kind of what it is in layperson terms?
Yes.
Mr. Mayor and Councilor Faulkner, yes, I believe so. They just want to make sure that the governing body is aware of the audit and the findings and what management said they were doing to correct them.
Okay. Thank you. Other comments or questions? Madam Clerk, could you call the roll on the motion?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Councilor Faulkner,
Yes.
Councilor Lee Garcia,
No.
Councilor Michael Garcia,
Yes.
Councilor Lindell, Councilor Romero Worth,
Yes.
Councilor Cassett,
Yes.
Councilor Castro,
Yes.
Mayor Weber,
Yes.
motion passed.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Director Oster. Matters, well, actually, Madam Clerk, you're in charge of the agenda. Can you take us to the next item?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. The next item is matters from the city manager.
Mr. Blair, you have the floor.
Mr. Mayor, Councilors, good evening, everybody. First, I want to again thank everyone who works in our streets teams and our environmental services teams who are out driving the trucks, still picking up trash, still picking up recycling, making sure that our roads are clear. We are anticipating some more weather later this week, and so we want to ask everyone to be safe. And I won't go into great detail again, but as I mentioned before, there are a variety of ways in which the public can access information about whether city is opening late or closing early or closed altogether. And our team's done a great job in the last few, I'd say season of trying to help educate folks about the modified trash pickup schedules on the days when we have holidays. And so for President's Day weekend coming up next month, they'll clearly be modified as well. But helping to help educate, anything anyone can do to help educate the public would be great in that regard. We've talked a lot about audits tonight and fiscal agency. Now that the fiscal agent agreements for fiscal year 21 have been passed by you all, we will move as quickly as we can to get those dollars into our coffers and out into the community. We have received word from DFA that they believe that we can move forward with getting fiscal agency for all of the fiscal year 22 and fiscal year 23 appropriations. And so soon, what would be likely bringing back is some sort of mechanism for you all likely to amend the agreement we had with our fiscal agent before to add in the fiscal year 22 and 23 appropriations. But again, there'll be more to come through that. It'll work its way through committee. I think the city attorney and I think the finance director are still working on the best mechanism to do that, but there'll be some action on your part to get you to affirm us moving forward on that. And then finally, the last thing I'm going to do is I've done this once and our HR team has asked that we start doing it again, but we want to highlight some new hires who've come to the city and some significant anniversaries that we have in the last few weeks. We have 7 new hires from the month of December that I want to welcome to the city. James Griego, who is a transit driver with our transit team. Carl Krings, who is an ordinance enforcement specialist with our inspections and enforcement team in land use. Anthony Maestas, who is a new construction inspector within historic preservation at land use. Elisa Portillo, who is an economic development specialist with the economic development team. Aviv Stein, who is a respite care provider for senior services. Theodora Todd, who is a library technician within our library team, and Ida Vesley, who is our new HR analyst with the Human Resources Department. So we welcome all of them to be a part of Team Santa Fe. And then I want to flag some really meaningful anniversaries that we have. We want to congratulate Erica Cuellar, who has spent the last 5 years working with the city. She's a senior services program coordinator within senior services. Callie Stockman is also celebrating 5 years. She's a library technician. We've got David Copa, who is a transit dispatch supervisor, also celebrating his 5-year anniversary. Henry Lucero is celebrating his 10-year anniversary. He is a marketing and special events coordinator for the MRC. And our big winner chicken dinner of the night is Roberta Katnack, who is the contracts administrator with our affordable housing team, is celebrating 15 years with the city of Santa Fe, which is great. So congratulations to all of them for all their great work. And Mr. Mayor, that's it for me tonight. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. And thank you for recognizing those city employees. We're grateful for their service and encourage everyone to stick with it. There's good stuff happening in the city of Santa Fe. Madam Clerk, can you take us to the next item?
Next item, Mayor, is matters from the city attorney.
Thank you, Mayor Weber, councilors. We have a new hire coming on board on Monday. That's our legislative assistant. That was the position Jeff Norris was in before he moved over to communications. Her name is Christine Spears, and we'll be sending out some more information about her. Very excited to be, so that will fill out the legislative and policy team. That office will have all 3 people there along with the interns. Then we have the 2 record specialists are now posted as of today. So please encourage qualified candidates to apply for those 2 positions. Those are the new FTEs that were approved in December to expand the inspection of public records team. So that's also very good news. And we're looking forward to filling those. And we're working towards having spaces for them all that work as well. That's well underway. So, and then the other thing is I do recommend that we go into executive session for a few different reasons. That is for subparts H7 and 8, attorney-client privilege, discussion of pending and threatened litigation, in particular quarterly update, including discussion of a number of cases, including a tort claim related to the estate of Christian Marban Tafoya, case called Pearls v. City of Santa Fe, the City of Santa Fe versus the Board of County Commissioners of Santa Fe County, the City of Santa Fe versus the Santa Fe Country Club and Golf Association, and discussion about disposition of property, particularly in relation to the Midtown Performing Arts Center and the Garson Studios, which was added earlier.
Thank you. Councilor Mayor Worth, is there a motion?
So just to be clear, we're going in under subpart it's 10-15-1H subpart 7, but also subpart 8, correct? Is there another one? Am I missing?
Mayor, councilors, that's correct. It should be disposition of property. It is.
Okay.
Yes.
All right, so I move that we enter an executive session pursuant to the Open Meetings Act, section 10-15-1H, subparts 7 and 8, for discussion of threatened or pending litigation in which the governing body is or may become a participant, and for discussion of the purpose, acquisition, or disposal of real property. Did I get that right?
Mayor, councilor, yes. And in this case, it's disposition specific.
Okay, disposition of real property. Second?
There's a motion, there's a second. Is there discussion? Madam Clerk, can you call the roll on this motion, please?
Certainly, Mayor. Counselor Lee Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Michael Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Lindell, Counselor Romero Worth,
Yes.
Counselor Cassett,
Yes.
Counselor Castro,
Yes.
Counselor Faulkner,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes.
Motion passed.
Thank you. We will go into executive session. For those of you who are waiting for items later in the session, we'll try to be as expeditious as possible. Thank you. So we're still streaming, Madam Clerk? I assume we're still streaming, yes? We're alive. And as soon as Counselor Romero Worth can pry open her computer and make a motion in her maiden voyage as the new Chris Rivera.
Yeah, it's going to take a little bit to get as fluent as him.
Practice, practice, practice.
All right.
Go ahead.
I state for the record that we only discussed the matters included on the agenda and in the motion. No votes were taken. And anything else I need to say? Pursuant to the Open Meetings Act, Section 10-15-1J, I move that the governing body reconvene in open session and state for the record that the matters discussed in the closed session were limited to those specified in the motion for closure.
Second.
There's a second. Is there any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
I'm
Opposed, motion carries. I would note for the record that Counselor Faulkner, who has already said she would have to recuse herself from the case, is stepping away as of now to get home. She's going to have to get a driver to get her home, and the later it gets, the harder it is to make that happen. So I think it's better for her to get home.
Mr. Mayor, quick housekeeping item, just so you're aware. I'm going to leave the door propped open. Some folks in the crowd have asked us to cool it down in here. I actually turned the heat off completely while we were in executive session, and it's down 1 degree, but there's still, so we're going to leave it off and leave the door propped open for a little bit to try to cool it down.
Thank you. So Madam Clerk, can you take us to the next item, please?
Yes, Mayor. The next item will be item 9I.
Move to approve. Is that what we're doing?
We are taking it off the table, right?
Oh, okay. I move to take it off the table.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Could you call the roll on taking that, lifting that item off the table and bringing it back to the governing body?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Counselor Lindell. Counselor Romero Worth.
Yes.
Counselor Cassett.
Yes.
Counselor Castro.
yes.
Counselor Lee Garcia.
Yes.
Counselor Michael Garcia.
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes.
Motion passed.
So now for the everyone who's watching, listening, and for the record, could you read again what this item is, please?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Item 9I is a request for approval of amendment number 1 to item 23-0493, exclusive negotiation agreement with Midtown Santa Fe Productions QOF LLC to extend the term through August 4th, 2024 with no corresponding change to other terms.
And we have a motion on the floor. Is there discussion of the motion? Which one? To take it off the table? No, first we took it off the table. Now we previously had a motion and a second to approve. Is there discussion of the motion that is before us now? Could you call the roll on the motion, please?
Counselor Lee Garcia.
Yes.
Counselor Michael Garcia.
Yes.
Counselor Lindell. Counselor Romero Worth.
Yes.
Counselor Cassett.
Yes.
Counselor Castro.
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes.
Motion passed.
Thank you. And now, Madam Clerk, I believe item 14, oh no, we still have 13A. My apologies. If you could read that, please.
Item 13A is a request for approval of a settlement agreement in City of Santa Fe versus Santa Fe Country Club and Golf Associations D-1002-CV-2002-01288.
I'll move to approve.
There's a motion to approve and there is a second. Is there any discussion or questions for Mr. Martinez?
And Mayor Weber, councilors, I would want to say that Marcos Martinez was the lead attorney on this within my office, along with Seth Cohen.
Okay. I think we can vote without further ado. Madam Clerk, could you call the roll?
Counselor Michael Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Lindell, Counselor Romero Worth,
Yes.
Counselor Cassett,
Yes.
Counselor Castro,
Yes.
Counselor Lee Garcia,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes.
Motion passed.
Thank you. Thank you for your outstanding work. It's a wonderful signal achievement. We appreciate it. Thank you. Next item, Madam Clerk.
Next item, Mayor, is matters from the city clerk, and I have nothing to report.
Okay,
Next item is communications from the governing body.
I will start to my right.
So I unfortunately put in a resolution a little bit late to get to governing body before the end of the legislative session, but I just wanted to express my personal support for paid medical sick leave for New Mexico workers and thank all of New Mexico workers for being so amazing.
Thank you. Counselor Garcia.
Nothing tonight, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Counselor. Counselor Lindell. And Counselor Merworth.
Nothing.
And Counselor Cassett.
Belated happy birthday to Counselor Castro,
Ooh,
and then nothing else.
happy birthday, Counselor. And Counselor Garcia.
Nothing tonight, Mayor. Thank you.
I think we're all in the same frame of mind. I will pass. Madam Clerk, can you take us to the next item, please?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, the next item is 16, introduction of legislation. 16A is consideration of a resolution sponsored by Counselor Michael Garcia, calling on the city manager to designate appropriate entities and departments within the city to ensure safe and accessible use of bicycle and pedestrian facilities by establishing a regular inspection schedule for bicycle and pedestrian infrastructure and developing and maintaining a geographic information system inventory for recording the physical condition of bicycle and pedestrian infrastructure and calling on the mayor to include the ongoing maintenance of bicycle and pedestrian infrastructure in his proposed annual budget.
Counselor Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This resolution calls, as said so eloquent earlier by some of our public speakers, to begin to invest in our bicycle and pedestrian infrastructure. There's four main actions with this. One is developing a GIS and GIS system inventory. Another is beginning to conduct regular inspection of the bicycle and pedestrian infrastructure. And then the last two is allocating resources, one for the GIS inventory system, as well as an annual appropriation to ensure that our pedestrian and bicycle roadways are safe. This resolution, as noted, is supported by Bike Santa Fe, the city's Bicycle Pedestrian Advisory Committee, as well as the Mayor's Committee on Disability. And just looking forward to having the robust discussion on this, and just want to thank BPAC for their long work on this. And let's talk about how we can make our bicycle and pedestrian infrastructure more safe and accessible for everybody. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Counselor. And Madam Clerk, the next item then.
Next item is consideration of a resolution sponsored by Counselor Alma Castro, recognizing the city manager as the city's representative for obtaining and holding a governmental liquor license at Fort Marcy Ballpark and encouraging leases of the city's license to use local vendors.
And Counselor Castro?
I'll just do a quick review. We currently do serve alcohol, but we have to get a separate permit for every event. So we want to do one big permit. But I am going to have Counselor Lindell co-sponsor this to go to finance, because I would like to know a little bit more about what our responsibility is as the city holding that liquor license and leasing it out to other folks.
Thank you. So that will move through the process. Madam
Point of
Clerk?
order, if we're going to change the committees, don't we have to vote? Is that, or, okay.
And I think it's already going to finance.
Oh, Mayor Weber, Council, are you restating the existing schedule?
I'm just restating why in particular I requested that it go to finance.
Got it.
Not
Going to finance.
Doesn't go to finance currently.
We have to change the schedule. So you'd have to make a motion to send it to finance on the 12th.
Well, I would like to make a motion to send it to finance on the 12th.
Motion has been made and seconded. Madam Clerk, I think there's no discussion. Can you call the roll?
Certainly, Mayor. Counselor Lindell, Counselor Romero Worth,
Yes.
Counselor Cassett,
Yes.
Counselor Castro,
Yes.
Counselor Lee Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Michael Garcia,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes.
Motion passed.
Thank you. So we've had petitions from the floor. I believe our next item is 20A.
Yes, Mayor. Item 20A is case number 2023-7297 APPL Old Pecos Trail. Appellants Annie Campbell and Mark Baker, Robert Josephs, Christopher Worland, Stephen Clark, Lucia Diekman, and Tom Hall by and through their agent Bruce Thorne appeal the Planning Commission's decision to approve a final subdivision plat for a 25 lot residential subdivision located at 22 Old Pecos Trail. We have Assistant City Attorney Rebecca Minnick-Herman here for questions.
Thank you. Let me run through the process. And I'm going to keep an eye on the clock because if we're going to go past 11:30, we'll be having to suspend our rules. So for everybody who's here, the process, we've already had a disclosure of a situation where one of our council members recused herself. If anyone else has a situation where they cannot be impartial, now would be the time to say so. And we'll begin with a staff report that would, I hope, run no more than 15 to 20 minutes. The appellant make an opening statement and introduce evidence through sworn testimony, 30 minutes. Applicant, similarly, up to 30 minutes. So I think we're going to be up against our regular time clock. Then we really get into a opportunity where the applicant or through me can cross-examine the appellant or appellant witnesses. Same in terms of applicant cross-examining witnesses through me. The appellant can address questions to staff, applicant the same. We will entertain sworn public comment. We will have questions by the governing body. When those are done, the city attorney may respond to the appellant or applicant's evidence and testimony. Appellants and applicant can each make a closing argument. At that point, we close the public hearing and we entertain discussion by the governing body, leading to a motion, a second, and finally a vote. So it's going to be a very step-by-step process, but everybody will do their very, very best to maintain civility and patience because it's already 10:20 and we know there's a lot of work to be done on this case. A lot of voices want to be heard. So please be respectful of everybody, and we'll try to do our very, very best to get through this in a very workmanlike way where everybody gets to be heard.
Mr. Mayor, can I make a recommendation that we go ahead and suspend our rules now to go past 11:30 so we don't have to break things up?
I think this would be a
Second.
good time to take the vote. Yep.
So moved.
Second.
The motion is to suspend our rules so we can go by past 11:30.
No, I'm happy with the motions. Just would like to have a discussion on it, just because if it's okay, Mr. Mayor.
Absolutely. It's a
Just-
motion you can discuss. Absolutely.
I just recall the last time we heard this case, we had to break it up into two different hearings. And I'm not of the opinion that we continue to have this case till 2, 3 in the morning. If we want to stop at 11, I think it's a great point for the public to understand. We're going to stop at that point and maybe reconvene. But I think it's completely unfair for the public to be expected to participate in a process until the early AM hours. And by suspending the rules now, we're saying there's no cap and we're just going to go until we go. And I think having the 11 o'clock hour allows us to take that kind of adjustment. If we're barely getting into staff reports or the report outs by 11, Again, I'm not of the opinion to be here till 2, 3 in the morning. It's not fair for the public, Mr. Mayor.
Well, I think that I'm of the same mind. We don't do good work and we don't do the public any benefit by going on way past anybody's ability to listen attentively or participate with good positive energy. And I'm just looking at the rules I just laid out. Staff report can run as much as 20 minutes. The appellant and the applicant can each take up to 30 minutes. We're already an hour and 20 minutes into it, and our rules suggest we, by our own rules, stop at 11:30. So
Mayor,
yes,
is
Council.
there anything, if we could, I think the only thing we were trying to do is suspend the rules so that we could just keep the flow going, but there's nothing to say that we can't make a motion to postpone to a date certain once we get to a place where we feel like that
It's a good stop.
is a good stop. I think the thought was just, well, I didn't make the motion, but I encourage the motion because I think let's just go because we got a few things to do. I mean, I agree. I don't think going till making decisions at 1, 2, 3 in the morning is, I don't like doing either.
Well, I don't think the public likes it either. I think we could, Councilor Garcia, it sounds like one of the things you're suggesting is we say now that we don't have a hard stop at 11:30. We try to find a point where if it is going to go way into the early mornings, we find a comfortable, reasonable position to acknowledge this will require a second session. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. I just think given the time frame you laid out, we already know we're going to be pushing the midnight hour. I don't think it's responsible of us to keep the public here beyond midnight unless it's time sensitive business, and maybe we can find that out as we get the reports. If this is time sensitive that we need to make a decision tonight, if it's not, then I think we need to figure out how to best dissect this process, because if we were to push through, we're going to be here till 1 o'clock in the morning at minimum, I think. So, and it's not fair to y'all. You know, we're here to do the public's work. And so it's not fair to anybody. So I think let's figure out how we can get through this given the time allotted, and then we can move forward. So happy to entertain the motion, but I think as we're nearing that hour, we got to figure out a point to dissect the process.
That sounds like a very a proposal we can all agree to. I can certainly agree to it. Any further discussion?
Yeah, I just want to remind us that we do actually have a few things afterwards too. So even if we
That's
stop
true.
this, we also have, we can let the public go, but we'll be there for another 10 minutes.
We have a
5,
few appointments to.
3.
All right, with that, there is a motion and a second on the floor. Could you call the roll, please?
Certainly, Mayor. Counselor Romero Worth,
Yes.
Counselor Cassett,
Yes.
Counselor Castro,
Yes.
Counselor Lee Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Michael Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Lindell, Mayor Weber,
Yes.
motion passed.
I think what we're saying is you all should acknowledge, we should acknowledge to you, this is not going to get done tonight. And that's in your interest for it not to get done tonight. We will take it as far as we can go before we find a reasonable point to suspend, and then we'll pick it up again. So with that, let's begin the process. I've already asked if anybody needs to recuse themselves. We've had one person already say they are in a recusal. Let's begin with the staff report, if you may.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Once again, my name is Rebecca Minuk Herman. I'm an assistant city attorney with the city attorney's office, and I'm here to give a presentation on the staff report tonight. The purpose of this report is to kind of give you a summary of the proceedings thus far and also provide some analysis. Let's see, and I have a presentation. Is there a way to put my presentation on the screen here?
I'm sorry, what are we waiting for?
I'm sorry, Mayor. I have a PowerPoint presentation and seems like my laptop isn't hooking up to the screen, so I'm just sending it to Madam Clerk right now so that she can put it up on the screen. Thank you for your patience. Okay, thank you very much for your patience. So we have my presentation up on the monitors now. The image that you see is from the first page of the staff report to the Planning Commission. So this is a map of where the proposed development is and the property at issue. Tonight, you as the governing body will be hearing the case in your quasi-judicial capacity. While before you may have been sitting in your policymaking role, you will now be shifting gears and sitting as fact finders who are applying existing law to facts. So you'll be considering what the law is rather than what the law should be. Next slide, please. So the parties to the appeal are as follows. The appellants are a group of residents who were required to receive notice for the final plat hearing. And they are represented tonight by their agent, Bruce Throne. The appellee in this matter is the applicant, Pierre Amistoy, who is represented also through an agent, Montoya Land Use Consulting. And I believe that Mr. Joseph Carnes and Mr. Carl Summer are here to speak on Mr. Amistoy's behalf. So tonight, the decision under review is what is a planning commission's decision to conditionally approve a final subdivision plat for a 25 lot, 9.59 acre property located at 2200 Old Pecos Trail. Included, what you see here on the screen is a screenshot from applicant's materials showing the subdivision plat. So this is from page 7 of the attachment on Prime Glove labeled attachment I. And in your hard copy, this would be on page 4 of the packet labeled Old Pecos Estates subdivision plat. So this is one of the images from the subdivision plat that you'll be looking at tonight. Next slide. So the question tonight before the governing body is whether the final subdivision plat substantially conforms to the preliminary plat as the Planning Commission approved it on August 18th of 2022. And so the Planning Commission approved the final subdivision plat subject to a number of conditions. Those conditions were laid out in the staff report, which was included in your packet materials. It had a very long name on there, but I'm going to be referring to it as the staff report for the staff report to the Planning Commission. So, what they were looking at is so the Planning Commission was looking at the final subdivision plat. The plat comes from the applicant. The Planning Commission was not drafting the plat, was not adding condition, was not amending the plat in any way other than to add conditions. They adopted the conditions that were included in the staff report in that matter. Next slide, please. So the standard of review for this hearing is de novo. So this is going to be a new hearing on the case. The governing body may consider the record on appeal, the appellants and the appellee's arguments, any new evidence presented during the public hearing or received on PrimeGov for this case prior to the hearing. You may take the Planning Commission's experience and expertise into consideration, but you are not required to defer to the Planning Commission's decision. And at the conclusion of the hearing, you may vote to uphold, reverse, or modify the Planning Commission's decision. And so modify could potentially mean adding or removing a condition that was imposed by the Planning Commission, for example. Next slide, please. So the evidence presented to the Planning Commission included the following material. This isn't a complete list. You did receive all of the material to the Planning Commission on PrimeGov, but it included, for example, the staff report to the Planning Commission regarding the final subdivision plat, the Planning Commission's findings of fact and conclusions of law on the preliminary plat, notes and comments from the Development Review Team. So the Development Review Team is a team of cross-disciplinary professionals from the city of Santa Fe who weigh in on various elements of a subdivision plat to provide expertise and information and insight about how a design can be can comply with the code. The evidence presented to the Planning Commission also included minutes from the Planning Commission hearings on July 21st and August 18th of 2022, which were the hearings that approved the preliminary plat. It also included public comment, presentations from City Land Use Department staff and the applicant, and as well as oral public comment. Next slide, please. So the staff report to the Planning Commission was a report that was authored by City of Santa Fe Planning and Land Use Department staff. The report recommended that the Planning Commission grant conditional approval of the final subdivision plat, or that the approval be subject to conditions of approval. It also contained a table of those recommended conditions of approval to be added to the plat with a proposed timeline for when those conditions should be added. Next slide, please. So for the presentation that the staff gave to the Planning Commission, part of what they did is they went through all of the approval criteria for all subdivisions. And what they discussed was how this approval criteria, how was their analysis of how this approval criteria remained unchanged from the preliminary plat to the final plat. So this comes from the code, and these are all of the criteria. I know it's a little hard to read right now, but I'm going to go through these one at a time, so you'll see them a little bit larger in just a moment. So if you could do that. Next slide, please. So approval criteria 1, in all subdivisions, due regard shall be shown for all natural features such as vegetation, watercourses, historical sites and structures, and similar community assets that, if preserved, will add attractiveness and value to the area or to Santa Fe. Staff noted during the presentation that there is no difference between here, what you're seeing on the final plat, and what you saw in the preliminary plat. Next slide, please. Thank you. Approval criteria number 2 is quite long, so I'm not going to read it verbatim, but basically it's giving due regard to health, safety, and welfare of the land. The emphasis is added there. That's not from the bold highlight is not from the code itself, but it also talks about safety, land subject to flooding, safety, welfare, or increased risk of aggravating erosion or flood hazards. And so staff had reviewed that criteria, determined that the plat complied with that criteria at the preliminary plat stage, and that criteria remained unchanged with respect to the final plat. So the platted lots and no platted lots lie within any kind of 100-year flood zone. Next slide. So with respect to approval criteria number 3, all plats are to comply with standards of Chapter 14, including infrastructure design improvements and dedication standards. The staff report noted that the preliminary plat identified the location of existing and proposed roadway improvements. The application for the final plat is required to comply with relevant conditions of approval and technical corrections for the final plat as part of the final plat review that will further satisfy the approval criteria. So the proposed final subdivision plat complies with the standards of Chapter 14. Next slide, please. Approval criteria number 4 is about nonconformities. Staff concluded in their initial review of the preliminary plat that there were no, that the proposed development did not create any existing nonconformities or increase the extent of any nonconformities. There were no nonconformities as part of this plat. There were no existing nonconformities. So essentially it was a non-issue. And then approval criteria number 5 is substantially similar. So if you don't mind, doing next slide, please. Thank you. And so approval criteria number 5 for subdivision plats is just that if there is a nonconformity, you're supposed to get an exception prior to approval. But in this situation, there were no nonconformities, so there's no need for an exception such as a variance. Okay, next slide, please. Thank you. And so staff concluded their recommendation to the Planning Commission or their presentation with this recommendation that the Planning Commission approve the Old Pecos Trail final subdivision plat subject to the conditions of approval that were outlined in their report. Next slide, please. So now I'm going to address some of appellant's arguments that they raised in their verified appeal petition. This is a list of the arguments, and so I'm going to be going through these one by one. So these are arguments that apply to nonconformity. The appellant's argument that the final subdivision plat did not substantially conform to the preliminary plat. I wanted to note that the appellants raised a number of legal arguments in their petition as well. However, the only question that's before the governing body tonight is whether the final subdivision plat substantially conformed to the preliminary plat. So this is a new hearing. That's the only issue that we're going to be considering tonight. Next slide, please. Thank you. So with respect to the fencing prohibition, the appellant had argued that it was not adequately addressed in the final subdivision plat. However, it was addressed in the condition of approval. And so the final subdivision plat was adopted with conditions. And so it included this condition that walls or fences are prohibited within a 75-foot setback. And so that was a condition that was approved by the Planning Commission. And the recommendation is that that be included on the final plat prior to recording the final subdivision plat. So it was not on the plat that was reviewed by the Planning Commission, but it was an adopted condition. Next slide, please. And so this is just a screenshot from the final subdivision plat. And so it's a little hard to see, but at the very bottom there, there's the 75-foot setback is designated. So there's a visual representation of that 75-foot setback. And next slide, please. Thank you. And then this is also a smaller version of one of the paper documents that you handed out. And actually, I forgot to mention at the beginning of my presentation that I handed out 3 documents to members of the governing body and the appellant's agent and the applicant's agent. And those documents included an image of this figure 4 from the staff report or from the maps and images that were included to the Planning Commission, as well as 11 by 17 printouts of the preliminary plat and the final plat. So those are all, so everyone has a copy of that. And so this is just another graphic representation of where that 75-foot setback would be. And so that would be, so this is part of the packet. So it's read in conjunction with the conditions that were adopted, prohibiting fences within that 75-foot setback. Next slide, please. Thank you. Appellants had also argued that the final subdivision plat didn't adequately address an 18-foot single-story height limit for residences in the subdivision. That is included on the final plat. As you can see, this is a screenshot from the final plat. I believe it's on sheet 2 of 2 in your hard copies there if you're following along. It explicitly includes a height restriction. It says single story only permitted, maximum height of 18 feet. Next slide, please. Appellants also contended that the final subdivision plat had not adequately addressed a sewer line crossing open space. Again, that was addressed in the conditions of approval. And so I've included a screenshot of the conditions here. It's the highlighted portion, number 11 there, which says, and actually provide verification. It requires that the applicant provide verification that the proposed public sewer line crossing the arroyo is allowed in an open space / wildlife corridor. And so the applicant is required to comply with that condition prior to sign off for the final subdivision plat. So again, that was a condition that was adopted along with the final subdivision plat. Next slide, please. Next I wanted to talk about a street lighting requirement. And so this appellants had raised an objection to a street lighting requirement that was in the final plat that did not appear in the preliminary plat. And it was not in the preliminary plat. And so staff did recommend adding the street lighting to the final subdivision plat. The reason that this was added, and if you don't mind, move the next slide, please. Well, I guess the code, I'll let staff speak to the reasons and how this, why this ended up at this, on the final plat at this time, but essentially it's not required to be on a final subdivision plat. It's, street lighting is required prior to construction. So as part of a construction permit, there has to be some kind of analysis of street lighting. So it does not have to be on the final subdivision plat. It could be removed from the final subdivision plat. However, the applicants would still be required to comply with this by the city engineer. So if you could go to the next slide, please. Thank you. And so this talks about, so this is the section from the code that discusses the city engineer's authority to require street lighting in subdivisions. It is a little hard to see, but it says that utilities, storm drainage facilities, and street improvements shall be provided as follows. Subsection 1 goes to standards and specifications. Subsection G says approval of complete street lighting facilities by the city engineer. So the authority to impose street lighting pursuant to the requirements of the code comes from the city engineer, and that would be something that would be required at the application for a construction permit phase. Next slide, please. Thank you. So appellants had also raised an argument about whether the final plat had adequately addressed sidewalks and trails, specifically with respect to accessibility. That wasn't an issue that was discussed and resolved at the preliminary plat stage. This is a condition requiring that the contractor ensure ADA compliance for construction of required ADA accessible features, et cetera. So that was dealt with at the preliminary plat stage. Preliminary plat is not under review at this time. It is the decision of the Planning Commission to approve the preliminary subdivision plat is final. It was not appealed. The only issue, the only matter before the governing body at this time is the final subdivision plat. This issue was resolved at the preliminary plat and is not up for reconsideration at this time. Next slide, please. So to conclude, in this appeal, the governing body should consider appellants' arguments, appellees' arguments, the record on appeal, including the commission's reasons for approving the project, and any new evidence presented during the public hearing to determine whether the final plat substantially conforms with the preliminary plat as it was approved on August 18th of 2022. Next slide, please. And so tonight, the governing body has 3 motion options. One, you can move to grant the appeal, which would reverse the Planning Commission's approval of the final subdivision plat, and then direct staff to prepare findings of fact and conclusions of law consistent with this motion. So new findings of fact and conclusions of law will be the result of this hearing, no matter what motion option you choose. But the second motion option is to move to deny the appeal, affirm the commission's decision to approve the final subdivision plat, and direct staff to prepare findings of fact and conclusions of law consistent with that motion. The third motion option is that you do have the option of modifying the commission's approval of the final subdivision plat, for example, by adding or removing a condition or other modification. So that concludes my presentation. There will be an opportunity for questions of staff and me as well later on in the proceeding. So I'll go ahead and sit down and let the next speaker proceed.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So the next opportunity to present is that of the appellant. And you can make an opening statement, introduce evidence through sworn testimony, and we'll try to keep the presentation to 30 minutes, please. Madam Clerk, I think, are we?
Do I need to be sworn in, Mr. Mayor, before I know my testimony needs to be sworn in. Do you want me to be sworn in for my opening statement?
Might as well.
Please raise your right hand, state your name and your address.
Bruce Throne, 154 West Zia Road, Santa Fe.
Do you solemnly declare and affirm that the testimony you have in reference to this item shall be the truth and nothing but the truth, and do this under the penalties of perjury?
Yes.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the governing body. My name is Bruce Throne. With all due respect to Ms. Minnick-Herman, there's so many factual errors about her presentation and legal errors that it's going to almost be impossible to deal with this in 30 minutes, but I'll do the best I can. I would point out, and I think there's a lot of people who are very disappointed about the timing, how that you put this so late on the agenda, given the fact that this is a de novo hearing. I mean, you had the experience of what happened in the hearing with the rezoning case. This is de novo proceeding with the right to testimony, open statements, cross-examination. You all knew how long this was going to take. And to put this so late in the agenda, really, we believe was contrary to the interest of the community and really not fair. That said, let me just note at the outset, I am one of the appellants, as is clearly stated in our verified appeal petition. So that was incorrect, both in the staff report and Ms. Minnick-Herman's presentation. Also, appellants are two homeowners associations. It's all there in the documents and in the record in this case. First, let me address why we're here today. This is the opening statement part of my presentation. First of all, why is our appeal petition 45 pages long? If you look at page 2 of the standard verified appeal petition form that the city requires appellants to use, you'll see that under there, it says, explain the basis for your appeal. It says, be specific. Our appeal petition is very specific, citing relevant final subdivision plat approval requirements in the city's land use code and chapter 26, which addresses the Santa Fe Homes program, the affordable housing program, applicable to this proposed subdivision, and also cites facts in the record that are material to those code provisions. Not a single one of those code stated basis for this appeal are not in my backyard type problems. It's all code-based, all facts-based. When I served a copy of our petition on the applicant's counsel, he asked me, well, is this pretty much the same information you provided in the rezoning case? And I'll tell you what I told Mr. Summer. That is, no, there's different facts, different laws here. You were briefly showing some of them on the screen. One of the things that we'll point out to you that the statement in the staff's January 26th report by the city attorney, signed off on by the city attorney, and then the presentation tonight that says you only have one issue before you tonight, and that is whether the final plat is pretty much the same document, substantially the same as the preliminary plat that was submitted to the commission. That's not what the code says. That's just one requirement in the code. There's a separate section in the code that deals with the criteria. They were part of, it was quoted partially in the staff's report on January 26th. on the screen. I couldn't check if all the information was there. We're here today for a number of reasons. We're here because even though the city approval and recording of the applicant's final plat is contingent upon the New Mexico courts determining that the city's approval of his rezoning application for this property is lawful, which issue is currently before the First Judicial District Court, the applicant decided to go ahead and apply for the Planning Commission for final plat approval on April 10th, 2023. And the Planning Commission decided it would hear the case then. So that required us to participate at that commission hearing. Now, even though the appellants believe that the zoning decision was not lawful and therefore have challenged it in the district court, the appellants needed to do this, and appellants hope that the governing body would agree that the issue here is full compliance with Chapter 14 of the City Code. In that regard, we also note, Mr. Mayor, Section 5.01H of the City Charter, which says that one of the mayor's duties is to cause the ordinances and regulations of the city to be faithfully and constantly obeyed. Now, turning to some of the staff's report, there was a number of misrepresentations on that slideshow. We never seen that slideshow before. We were focused on the January 26th report. It was provided to us for the first time around 3:30 p.m. last Friday. You've got issues up there that weren't even issues in our appeal petition. Doesn't appear anywhere in the appeal petition. One of the things that she identifies as an issue is she claims that our appeal petition claimed that the pending appeal in the Santa Fe District Court of the city's decision last January to rezone this property from R1 to R3, quote, I'm quoting from her report, created an automatic stay of the preliminary plat proceeding where the city's approval of the applicant's final plat is not accurate. Our petition never argued that. All we can do is refer you to our petition at pages 6 to 9. I mean, this is a total mischaracterization of what we argued at that part of our petition. We're also here today because considering the significant amount of past community interest and controversy in this community about the location and density of this proposed subdivision within what's designated in the city's 1999 general plan as the Old Pecos Trail Scenic Corridor, it also located within what's designated as the South Central Highway Corridor Protection Overlay District in the city's land use code. We expected for that reason that since it was clear from the commission's preliminary plat approval case that the applicant would come into the commission for final plat approval, addressing all of the requirements that were supposed to be, that were conditioned in that first hearing. They didn't do that. The record's really clear that they didn't do that. And we've explained to you at length in our appeal petition why they didn't do that. The most important example, and there are many about, and you've heard Ms. Nuck-Herman talk about things that weren't put on the plat yet. So they were never even presented to the Planning Commission. They call it final plat approval, but apparently it's not final, because how can it be final if it doesn't contain all the notes that are supposed to be on the plat? But the most important one was the ability of the developer to fully comply with not only the 50% open space requirement on each of the 25 lots that he proposes, but also the open space standards. And there are open space standards in the code. We've addressed them in our appeal petition. And the city code also makes it clear that when there is an overlay district, those requirements are in addition to the standards in other sections of the code. Now, when I get to my testimony and cross-examination of staff's witnesses, I will talk about the fact that for the first time at the Planning Commission's hearing on the final plat approval, staff's case manager, Mr. Esquivel, said, oh, after the last hearing, we discovered that really there are 3 different kinds of open space, and in effect, the open space standards in Chapter 14 don't apply because they're not set forth in the section of the code that addresses the South Central Highway Corridor Protection District. That's plainly wrong. We explained to you at length why that was wrong in our appeal petition. You know, this was a key, the open space issue on this property was a key issue back in 2000. And we addressed that. And I can tell you from my personal experience, because unlike any of your staff here, I personally participated in that case. And that was when the Nell and Ron Wurst, who the former owners before they passed away and they put the property in trust, they came in and they tried to get a subdivision here. And they came to the Planning Commission and there were 2 hearings. And I addressed this and actually this is a good opportunity for me. Well, I'm gonna do it in my testimony. We have 2 documents that we're gonna submit to you today in accordance with the governing body's appeal procedures. But what happened back then was the Planning Commission correctly said at that stage, wait a second, you have a 50% open space requirement in each lot. They said, oh, we didn't know about that. Staff never told us about that. They came back for another hearing. And when they came back for the second hearing, they said, oh, we want a variance. Will you give us a variance on that so we can scatter this open space? And the Planning Commission rejected. And before that proposal could go to the governing body, it was withdrawn. And when I begin my testimony, I will provide you with that additional submission of documentary evidence. You know, this compliance with the open space requirement is really important to the whole Santa Fe community. And the reason is because it says right in the code, in the section that addresses the South Central Highway Corridor Protection Overlay District, it says the purpose is to establish a clear sense of visual openness and protect the openness of property adjoining that corridor as a special asset for the entire Santa Fe community. That was in addition to what was said in the general plan about protecting the Old Pecos Trail Scenic Corridor. The record below shows that both the applicant and the Planning Commission recognized that the applicant had the burden in this case to show the commission that each of the applicant's proposed 25 lots, 5 of which are less than 6,400 square feet, or less than 15% of an acre in total size, an acre being 43,560 square feet, and satisfy the 50% open space requirement. Now, we don't, as we'll get into further in the hearing, we don't think that the applicant could show that. In fact, and that was one of the things that surprised me when that slide came up, was a document about buildable areas on each lot that Ms. Minuk-Herman said really addressed the 75-foot setback. That wasn't the purpose of that document. That document was submitted by the applicant to try to show that they could meet the 50% open space requirement. And we addressed why that is insufficient, and we'll talk about that more when we get to that document that we asked to be blown up. By the way, the documents that are blown up and are presented to you is because I requested that. The documents presented to the Planning Commission were in a PDF format. You couldn't even read half the information on it, including the notes on the final plat and some of the text. So that's why I asked for that, so that you could all have that opportunity to look at that. Now, we have a problem also with the Planning Commission hearing. The staff witnesses were never sworn in. Not only that, turned out we didn't find out about till after the hearing. None of the planning commissioners had taken the oath of office that is required by the Constitution, required by state statute. And we'll get to this later, but the staff's report says, well, the city attorney has no basis to believe that these are officials that have to take the oath of office, and yet they're all required under the city's code of ethics to file as officials non-disclosure statements, and I'll be providing that to you as part of the record when I testify. You know, we're also here because of procedurally some of the conduct that occurred here. The record shows that the applicant submitted his application to the commission through Mr. Escabel and the staff on April 10th, 2023. We asked for copies of that so we could start looking at that and be able to address this at the hearing. I personally sent emails asking for that in May, asking for that in June. Instead, the land use department staff withheld that information until late in the afternoon of June 30th. That's the week, that was the Friday before the 3-day 4th of July weekend. And because of that, and because of the deadline for comments, which was the Monday of that weekend, people didn't have an opportunity to even review all those documents. I did. I spent all day, Saturday, Sunday, and Monday, which was a holiday, to get to review all that and to provide whatever as much testimony as I could to the commission when it had its hearing on July 6th. Not only did they withhold all of that information from the packet for us to address, which was a departure from their practice when the Planning Commission, when we had to review the preliminary subdivision plat, they also didn't include in their packet two important documents. One was the submission of the proposed Santa Fe Homes Program agreement. That was submitted, but not provided to us. So we didn't even find out about that until I did an Inspection of Public Records Act request with the city and found out after the commission's hearing that in fact there was a final agreement effective May 24th with the city, which, by the way, surprising to us, was signed not by Mr. Amistoy as an individual who was the applicant in this case per his application, but it was signed by Pierre Amistoy as a limited liability company. And we did a research with the Secretary of State's online records for any company named Pierre Amistoy LLC, could find none. So we have no idea, even if that's a valid agreement at this point. Let me talk about this, the open space too, about this idea that somehow we've lost our right to address the open space requirement or other provisions because we didn't appeal the preliminary plat. The record is really clear, and we cited it and cited to the YouTube recording, that we raised the whole open space issue very early in this whole proceeding. And when we got to the Planning Commission's hearing in July of 2022, what happened was the chair of the commission, Janet Clow, asked Mr. Escabel, do we have to address this issue now? And Mr. Escabel, not under oath, but he informed the chair, no, well, it's up to you. You have the discretion to wait until they come back for final plat approval, and you can address the open space issue at that time. And if you do it, and not only did he say that then, but when we got to the hearing in front of this body on the rezoning, he said, oh, and by the way, that'll be on the plat. Well, it's not on the plat. You have the plat. There's no note on the plat about open space, including the open space standards. Now, we'll get to this later, but one of the things that, and I want to also point out that in the staff report that was authored by Ms. McNuck-Herman and signed off on by the city attorney, she has a statement in there that basically says that no actions, recommendations, advice, or opinions by any city employee are subject to review by the governing body tonight in this appeal. That's not correct. And there's a city code provision that basically says that when you have a valid appeal, those things can be addressed and they should be addressed. And that's why we addressed them in our appeal petition. So the first opportunity really we had to address the open space requirements was in this last July when the Planning Commission held a hearing on final plat approval. And what happened there? Well, we pointed out there's no note on it. And that's when not only Mr. Escabel said, oh, we don't, our standard practice is to wait and wait until we record the plat. Well, and we even quoted, there's a quote from the record from Commissioner Smith, who says, well, I'm a recovering politician. I have no regulatory or legal experience. Can someone tell me when do I get to find out these notes on the plat? When do I get to see them and to know that they're on there? At which point, the chair of the commission, who by the way punted this without any discussion with the commission back in the preliminary hearing stage, preliminary plat review stage, Ms. Cloud said, "Oh, you can check the plat to see these notes that are on it when you go ahead to sign it, because you're the secretary of the commission just before recording." Well, think about it. How is Commissioner Smith, or any commissioner for that matter, after the record is closed, there's no record of what the note is going to be on the plat. It's no record of what it's going to say. How is he going to check to see, yes, the note is proper on the plat, and it properly notifies that people what is the open space requirement. And keep in mind that both Mr. Escabel and Mr. Cluck testified that the most important thing for the city and for the staff to enforce the requirements of Chapter 14 are the notes. Now, and then when we finally get the proposed covenants and restrictions, is what most buyers property look at to find out what are the restrictions on this property. There's no mention of the open space requirement there, and there's also conflicting provisions in there that conflict with what the Planning Commission approved. So I'm gonna, given your time limitation, I'm gonna have to go into my testimony, but we really think you need to just stop and really look more closely here. We understand that you rely a lot on the city attorney for advice and the staff for advice, but we went to great efforts here, following all of your rules, to identify exactly why what was done here was not in accordance with law. And so this is our only opportunity to give you an opportunity to send this back and get things corrected the way they should. With that, I will proceed to my testimony.
It's all one unit of time, sir. You don't have 2 units of time. You're about 20 minutes into it, so you have 10 more minutes if you want to proceed to I consider that testimony, but you've got a 30-minute opening presentation. However you want to use it is your prerogative.
Well, since I'm going to have to, there are the 2 documents I previously informed the city attorney's office and the applicant's attorney that these are coming in, so these aren't surprises. And I'm just going to put them in the record. The first is a bunch of emails where I talked about procedural issues that we've raised. And the second is the city documents regarding the city code of ethics, including the definition of governmental body as defined in the code of ethics, and the disclosure statements of the commissioners to rebut the staff report regarding whether or not the planning commissioners were required to take the oath of office. And if I can. No, you already have that. And then I had 12 copies. So I gave the copies to these. Let me just give you an example here. I mean, given this is a de novo appeal, and de novo appeals are described in the staff's report. I mean, you're supposed to be looking now at testimony provided at this hearing. And I want to point out that there was a deadline under the governing body's procedural rules for appeals that basically said that 10 days prior to this hearing, we had to identify our witnesses and describe the subject matter they would cover and the basis for their testimony. We submitted that. Myself and Ms. Elena Sparrow, who may or may not be able to participate given the hour now. I believe she wasn't available past 10:30. The applicant did not provide you with that under your rules. Under your rules. And these are the rules that are attached to the city resolution setting them out. When it comes to even your questions, you're only permitted to ask questions of people who testify at the hearing. Now, I raised this with Mr. Summer, the applicant's attorney, and I said, you know, are you going to bring witnesses in? And he said, well, we'll see, and maybe I'll make them available. But the idea that you can get around cross-examination of witnesses by waiting until after my opportunity to cross-examine witnesses is over through questions from the governing body, that's not in accordance with your own procedures. You know, you've already denied somebody's appeal earlier this evening for not following your rules. And we object to any procedure tonight where those rules are not followed. Now, let me go to just a glaring example of the problem here. This slide, if you have this document that was, you have the enlargements, it's got green on it. Okay. So, you know, Ms. Nuck-Herman, you know, first of all, mischaracterized what the purpose of that document was. That wasn't there to illustrate the 75-foot setback from the Old Pecos Trail right away. This was submitted on April 10th by the applicant's agent, Ms. Montoya, to try to show that they could comply with the 50% open space requirement. And there's all sorts of problems with it. You're not giving me enough time to go through it all, so I'll just point out a couple of things. Look, and I asked for the enlargement so that you could read it, because these documents were not provided, as far as we know, in any large legible form to the Planning Commission. But if you look at that document, look at Lot 5. Lot 5, you find that just to the right of the floodplain. That's the Foothills Arroyo, which is a FEMA designated flood zone. And there's, I think, 9 lots that are adjacent to that flood zone that are going to have issues with flood insurance. If you look at that, in trying to show that they can meet the 50% open space requirement, they've got a 14-sided figure that's supposed to show that they can make it. And by the way, under the open space standards, driveways, walkways can't be considered open space. So you have to have access. Your house has to have access to the roadway. That doesn't even show access to the roadway. So, you know, this document doesn't show that they can meet the requirement. And I want to point out something else to you. If you look at the plat, the final plat, and I think you have that in front of you, sheet 2 of 2. And if you look at that in the upper left corner, what you'll see is there's a statement that says lot coverage 40% maximum. 40% maximum. Okay, so they're telling you that they're only going to cover 40% of the lot, but then they're saying, oh, well, we're going to meet the 50% requirement. These are not enforceable building envelopes. How do you know that? Well, look again at that document with the green in it, and you look at the legend up in the right, and it says potential building area to include driveway, patios, walkways, and structures cannot exceed 50% of lot size. Buildable area may be relocated at the time of building permit, as long as 50% requirement is met. Now, what they're saying is, I mean, they're creating a situation where, as Mr. Escobar testified, oh, once he sells the property, people can come in for variances. First you got a plat that doesn't even show what the 50% requirement is and what the standards are. And Mr. Escabel said, oh, those open space standards don't apply. Well, he's wrong. The code says otherwise. How do we know that the note on the plat is going to say, this is going to say every lot has to comply with 50% open space and the open space standards as provided in Chapter 14? Well, you don't know that's going to be on there because all this is going to happen after the record closes. The record is closed in front of the Planning Commission. The record's going to close tonight, hopefully, in front of you. And all this is going to happen afterwards. Now, both Mr. Escabel and Mr. Cluck said, well, this is the way we do it. This is the way we've been doing it for a long time. Well, with all due respect, I mean, that's what's become known in this country as the Trump defense. I've done it this way for a long time and no one stopped me, and therefore it must be legal. It's not legal. The Planning Commission's job is to review the plat and make sure everything is on the plat. It's supposed to be on the plat. All the notes and also other requirements, including, and that's another thing that was misrepresented, unfortunately. I think Ms. Minuk-Herman was put in a fortunate position here. The height requirement. The applicant, agent Ms. Montoya, in her August 2nd, 2022 letter to the commission said, oh, let's clarify that. That includes parapets, okay? We'll put that note on the plat. That note's not on the plat. That isn't even in their proposed covenants and restrictions. We also said, look, part of the compliance here, and I know that this body is very interested in affordable housing. Part of the issue here was, well, how do you comply with Chapter 26, which addresses the affordable housing requirements? One of them is you've got to disperse the affordable home, the lots that are covered by those requirements. They can't be all put together. Well, we asked at the preliminary planning commission stage, and we asked at the final, where are those 5 lots going to be so that we can show that they're dispersed? And I pointed out that it had never been disclosed. And what happened at that hearing, and this was really troubling, was at that point, Commissioner Lucero called in, and there were some questions from Ms. Ladd, Alexandra Ladd, your director of affordable housing, and said, do we know where those lots are going to be? And unfortunately, in a very regular fashion, which is never allowed in courts and should never be allowed in quasi-judicial proceedings, the applicant's attorney, Mr. Summer, was standing behind Ms. Ladd, leaned over, whispered something to her, and then she said, oh, I think they're on the plat. Well, they're not on the plat. Not only that, and she said at that meeting, well, we haven't yet, a lot of this will be known when we execute our final agreement. Well, unbeknownst to us, that final agreement, which is Exhibit G to our petition, was actually executed by this Pierre Amistoy as a limited liability company with the city effective May 24th. We didn't know that. We found out about that after the hearing. Well, there's an exhibit attached to that agreement. That doesn't show where the affordable houses are going to be. So there's another, conformity issue. All these things were done, improperly. And, there's a real problem here. If you think about it, what is the function even of the Planning Commission to come in for final plat approval if they're not going to make sure that everything that was supposed to be on the plat after the hearing on preliminary plat approval is there? They're acting as a body. Once they finish, individual commissioners don't act as a quasi-judicial body. The record's closed. As you sit here tonight, those notes are not on the plat. You have no record that they're going to be on the plat. And for the staff to come in and say to you, or the city attorney, oh, well, that'll all be done later. That is contrary to the code. We cite the provisions in the code, said it's the responsibility of the applicant to put in on the plat everything that's required for approval. And in fact, Mr. Escabel testified that this was going to be shown on the open space requirement. This was going to be done in the preliminary I'm sorry, at the final plat approval stage. Now, how can we have waived our right there? We can't appeal to you an issue that's not addressed by the planning commission at the preliminary stage. We can only address that issue when they do it. And when do they do it? Well, they were supposed to do it in their July 6, 2023 hearing, but they didn't do it. All they did is put in a finding of fact, oh, it's got to be done. It's done. It's satisfied. There's no substantial evidence supporting that. There needs to be evidence to support findings of fact. You just can't conclude things without doing that.
Mr. Throne, I think you're at your 30-minute mark. You want to wrap it up, please?
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, Mr. Summer was kind enough to just tell me that he's not going to take all his time, and he'd be happy to give me some of his time if he would let me continue.
Well, I'd like to adhere to our rules, but thank you for your gesture. If you could bring this part of the proceeding to however you would like to conclude it, I think that would really be appropriate. You can take a few more minutes to wrap up your argument and your testimony.
As noted in the our written comments to the commission, the Solly Lomas neighborhood is right adjacent to this property. They have no street lighting. The issue was raised, a concern about street lighting at the preliminary plat approval stage. There was no mention of it at all. Then this surprisingly turned up as a new condition. Again, without being sworn, staff introduced Ms. D. Being Gessner. I hope I pronounced her name right. And she said, well, she didn't cite any code requirements. She said, well, my predecessor was getting a lot of complaints about street lights not being put in, and because we didn't have the funds to do it. And so we think there needs to be a minimum of 3 to 5 street lights in. Well, that all came out. That was all new. We were given no opportunity. I was not allowed to cross-examine. By the way, it's very odd. Your rules, the city in the pending district court appeal says the most important fact finding or the principal fact finding function played in the land use process is by the planning commission. And yet you don't let. I was denied an opportunity to question witnesses there, which would have saved a heck of a lot of time for you tonight. And then you allow it in the appeal process. I've never seen an appeal process where all of a sudden you allow cross-examination, but you've done that. But on the lighting, they came in, she testified about that. The January 26th report in your packet talks about two lights. That's not what, that was also inaccurate. And there was never really an opportunity to have that fully addressed. And that was a concern that was raised right from the very beginning. So we have a real problem with, and by the way, that when the city attorney says, well, really, that's not something that the planning commission has to approve. No, it's in chapter 14 issues. She showed you the provision. And if it wasn't an issue that the planning commission had to approve, why did they put it as condition number 15? That the commission approved. I mean, there are so many contradictions and so many inconsistencies here that it's impossible for me to go through it all with the time limitation you put on. I'll do my best, but we've covered a lot of the ground in our petition.
I think you're at about the 35-minute mark, sir, and there'll be more opportunity later in the proceeding. This is just your opening presentation, so.
I thought this was my testimony.
Well,
That's my opening statement. Didn't you give me 30 minutes for both, Mr. Mayor?
Everybody, the process is the opening statement and introducing evidence is a 30-minute time period for both you and the other side. Staff was given 15 to 20 minutes to make the staff report. So I think we've given you ample opportunity to make that presentation. I'm going to ask you to cede the microphone to the applicant now, please.
Okay, one last procedural thing is they're in the record in that documents that the emails. We've asked to cross-examine a number of staff witnesses, including Ms. Mnuck Herman, because she issued the staff report. And I also want to repeat the fact that even though I would understand that the members of this body may want to ask questions of the applicant's team, they did not comply with that witness rule. And your own rule says that those questions can only be addressed to people who were testified at the hearing. They can't, and the only people that can testify at this hearing at this point, besides us, is the staff witnesses and through cross-examination. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And now we'll turn to the applicant and also offer an opportunity for opening statement and introducing of evidence through sworn testimony. And if you can keep it within 30 minutes, that would be really helpful. And I think we're going to swear you as well, sir.
You'll please state your name and your street address.
My name is Carl Summer. My address is P.O. Box 2476, Santa Fe, New Mexico 87504, and my street address is 125 Lincoln Avenue, Suite 221, Santa Fe, New Mexico.
You solemnly declare and affirm that the testimony you have in reference to this item shall be the truth and nothing but the truth, and do this under the penalties of perjury.
I do.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, my name is Carl Summer, as you know, and I'm here on behalf of the applicant who applied for the final plat that is being appealed to you. What I intend to do is give you an opening statement as briefly as I can to go through what I think that the evidence and that will show from the witnesses that staff and the evidence adduced by staff and the record shows. And what it shows very, very straightforwardly and simply is the final plat presented to the Planning Commission, which was approved, substantially conforms in accordance with your code to the preliminary plat. If you listen to the appellant, nobody, not the council, not the lawyers, not the engineers, not the planners, nobody did anything right in this case. Nobody. I submit to you that is just simply not supported by a very solid record in front of you. You have one question in front of you, and it can be judged very simply. And the code says, does the final plat substantially conform to the approved preliminary plat? There's really two documents that you need to look at and compare them. One of them is what were the approval of the preliminary plat, so you can know what was approved preliminarily. You look at that by looking at the findings of fact and conclusions of law that were adopted by the Planning Commission. Mind you, this was not appealed. Now, why wasn't it appealed? I submit to you that was a mistake on their part, because what they're challenging tonight is found in this document principally. They did not appeal it. You just have to take this document and compare it to the findings of fact and conclusions of law that the Planning Commission made with respect to the final plat. And you will see that there is substantial conformance as is required by the law. And the evidence that the staff will present to you by simple questions that we will ask them is, how does it comply? There are 45 pages in a petition that if you go through each one of their 45 pages, you will find that it doesn't do exactly what I just said needs to be done. Those are the documents that you principally have to look at, and you will see that there is substantial conformity. There's one other document that is key to your understanding is the staff did a Planning Commission report on the final plat. That's part of your record. Why is that important? Because the Planning Commission approved the final plat subject to conditions. What were those conditions? And I say to you, it's important because the last page of the final plat says, the final plat approval says, considering the foregoing findings and conclusions, the commission approves the final subdivision plat for the project, subject to technical corrections set forth in the exhibits to the staff report. That's why this is important. What are the technical corrections? Subject to the staff report and conditions and technical corrections imposed at the preliminary subdivision stage. So you got to look at the preliminary conditions of approval to make sure that they've been met. And you will find, and you'll hear from your staff, how they were met, why they were met, and how, although the appellants don't like the way the city does their job, the city does their job to the T in accordance with the law and ensures that before somebody files a final plat, it conforms in every respect to all the conditions of approval. What we have is a process that the staff presented conditions of approval. Those have two elements to them that the Planning Commission adopted. On page 2 and 3, you will find all of the conditions of approval that the Planning Commission adopted. What are the elements? There are substantive elements like you must do this and do this. There's also a timing element that the Planning Commission adopted. That timing element is what Mr. Throne and the appellants object to. They say, oh, you can't do that. You can't do that. The timing element on each one of them tells staff, these are the conditions of our approval of the final plat, and this is when it must be complied with. And if you go through each one of them, you will find that all of the elements of the conditions of approval are ensured to be complied with in accordance with the Planning Commission's approval at various times. The principal argument, one of the principal arguments that the appellants make in this case deals with open space. And they say, well, we didn't have the chance to talk about this before. We didn't have the chance to do it at a preliminary hearing, at the preliminary staff approval. Well, if you look at the preliminary conditions of approval, the findings of the preliminary approval by the Planning Commission, you will see that the Planning Commission found that this plat conforms to Chapter 14. The open space requirements are in Chapter 14. They did not appeal that. They're here tonight saying, oh, well, they can't meet that. They can't meet that. At the final plat approval, this document that's in front of you demonstrates to the Planning Commission how this development will meet this open space requirements. Pretty straightforward. They didn't appeal it. And even so, the Planning Commission found clearly their principal argument about open space doesn't hold any water. Planning Commission looked at it, reviewed it, approved it. What they would like you to do is say, oh, wait a minute, you have to have a note on the plat about this. If you look at the Planning Commission approval of conditions, there is no condition you must place a note on the plat about open space. Open space requirements are complied with at the time you apply for a building permit. The size of your house goes into the calculation for open space. You can't do that on a plat. There is no requirement that the note show up on the plat. Everybody is charged with knowledge of the law. You come in, you comply with the open space at the time you apply for a building permit. So it begs the question, well, why did the developer have his engineer produce a document that showed that the lots can comply, that you could configure these to show they can comply? Because the code requires that the people who build on this are going to have to comply. That's what that's all about. In the end, Mr. Mayor, we'll go through with questions to staff very simply, but you will see that the principal argument by the appellants is notes must be on the plat as a condition of approval. You go through all the notes that are required by the Planning Commission, none of the ones that they're talking about, except one, is to show up on the Planning Commission plat, on the final plat. And if you look at, and you'll hear this from staff, has to do with this setback, the 75-foot setback. There is a condition of approval. It's number 2, and it says, this was adopted by the Planning Commission. It says walls and fences are prohibited within the 75-foot setback. That's the condition. Their big complaint is that's not on the final plat. If you look at when the Planning Commission said to put that on the plat, it's when they do the plat. When the developer comes back in with the plat, says, look at us, does this comply with your conditions? That's when the Planning Commission said, comply with that. Their complaint is, oh, they didn't do it at the time the Planning Commission looked at it. Well, it's a condition of approval. And they said, staff, make sure it's on the plat when you record. You will also hear just one last thing, and I'll sit down, Mayor, is this. Normally what happens, as you all know, when you go for a preliminary plat, you have to then come back in for a final plat. In this case, you get approval for a final plat, and then there is a process that follows that approval at the Planning Commission. And that process is the developer comes back in, and there is a sheet set up in the planning department with everybody's signature on it. Planning, engineering, traffic, sewer, water. Anybody who had anything to do with the approvals, anybody who had a condition has to sign that piece of paper after they look at the plat that's submitted to make sure all the conditions are there and they are met. That's the process that's followed. Planning Commission makes their approval, imposes their conditions, says when those conditions must be complied with, and then the developer comes back and does exactly what that happens. In this case, what happened was Planning Commission gave final plat approval, imposed conditions both substantively at the time. They filed an appeal. Well, the next step in the process would have been to come back in with plats on the with notes on the plat, and have staff look at the plat and make sure that all the technical requirements were there. And that's the process that's followed time and time and time again. They don't like that process. They say it's illegal. They say it's not warranted. That's not true. The code says you can grant final plat approval with conditions that have to be complied with at certain times. And they would have been in this particular case, but they filed an appeal and we're here with a draft. I'll give you just one example of what that is. They're saying that they don't know where the affordable housing lots are. They had no idea. They got the submittals for the final plat approval, and you got they got you copies of the submittals. If you just turn the first page, turn it over, and you'll see a drawing on it. Now that's not the final plat, but it's part of the final plat submittal. If you look at these lots, you'll see lots that have 10A, 11A, 4A. Those are all affordable housing lots. Now, if the Planning Commission wants that A put on the actual plat, that's a technical requirement that they can require staff to make sure happens. But to say that they weren't designated and that nobody knew what they were, they're right there. They're right there. That's the kind of technical correction that gets done in the process that I just described. Mr. Mayor, I think that we'll show very clearly the process that was followed was allowed by the law and the standards that were required were met. And we'll turn it over to your next part of the process. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. In our process, which you just referenced, we've now had the presentation by the staff. We've had the appellant and the applicant. Our next phase, which I think will be quite time consuming, is cross-examination of the applicant through me, through the presiding officer, cross-examines the appellant or appellant witnesses, and then the appellant has the same opportunity. And then the appellant and the applicant each have opportunity to address questions to staff, followed by sworn public comment, followed by governing body questions of all parties who have been sworn. It's 1:45. Councilor Garcia is rubbing his eyes. He's not the only one. I wonder if this would be an appropriate time to hit the pause button, recognizing that we will come back to this, and having made the opening statements and testimony, we'll move then to cross-examination, and we will try to make it as expedited as possible. I'm open to a special meeting if the council wanted to do that, because this does take quite a bit of time, and we've known that it did the first time as well. But I think we promised the public and each other we weren't going to try to make this a 2 a.m. Proceeding. And to get into the cross-examination, I think will, at this time of night, will lead us into a very deep, dark, a long, dark process where we will be here till 2 a.m. So I would entertain a sense of the governing body, how best to proceed and respect our residents and the people who are party to this this item.
I'm happy to make a motion to postpone to a date certain at this time.
Second.
Okay, so we have to.
Does it actually have to be an actual, I know we've had this conversation a couple times. Sometimes we say at the next regularly scheduled governing body meeting, or at a special meeting to be determined, or do we need to actually determine that special meeting at this moment?
Mayor, Member Councilors, Robert's rules for a postponed to a date certain would either need to be a specific date or a specific date that would be based on circumstances. However, I think we have a specific rule for public hearings, and I'm trying to find that right now. But I do think you should identify it with more specificity.
Okay.
Either way.
I'm open to a special meeting. I think this, we've known from the prior consideration of the case when it was a zone change that this is a very complex issue, and it takes a great deal of time to allow people the opportunity to present their arguments, and then for the governing body to offer their questions in response. And so if there were a willingness on the part of the members of the governing body to set a special meeting that would be purely devoted to this issue, I think we would be best served in terms of coming to a thorough process that allows everybody to get their point of view expressed, and then the governing body to offer questions and dig into it. That would require obviously finding such a date, but I'm inclined to pursue that line. Sure. Yeah. Yeah.
I previously notified the city attorney's office of this, but I'm not sure you are. We'd wished you had done a special meeting before this, but anyway, you've done what you've done. I have already, I'm out of town, I'm out of state from February 12th, February 17th.
Okay, good to know.
And in addition to that, I am on call with the First Judicial District for jury duty from week to week until the end of March. I get that, and then they've informed me that I've used up my excuses. So I cannot guarantee you that I can be available at any time before the end of March. And
good to know. Thank you. Thank you for putting that forward. Councilor Cassett?
I'm trying to think about the Quality of Life Committee meeting on Wednesday, the 7th. I believe that if the members are amenable, we could work together to make that potentially a shorter meeting and look at starting after Quality of Life on the 7th. I believe we only have one presentation. If I recall, it's not going to be incredibly lengthy.
That work for the Quality of Life members? I think it would get us where we want to go, which is not let this linger far beyond the availability of key people, and we could actually address it while we still are in the moment of hearing the presentations that we just were made available to us.
And I don't know if it's too late to do this. I would look to the city clerk, but we could also potentially explore starting quality of life maybe an hour early that day as well. Just to see if we can get things, give us a little bit more time to do our business at quality of life, but potentially we could, if that Wednesday, February 7th would work for everybody, starting at 6:30, 7.
Or earlier.
We start quality of life at 4, maybe we give us 4 to 5:30. And then we could start at 5:30.
Clear. If I get a notice at the end of the.
I understand.
Then I'd object to that.
Well, there are things beyond your control, sir. I understand that.
Okay, but we would object to the hearing without me being available.
Duly noted, but there are things beyond your control, and I don't know that we can schedule a continuation of this around a potential jury call that we don't know about either. So
Doesn't jury duty only last till 5 p.m.?
Council Cassett, that the jury, the notification was that they can go beyond 5 p.m. So if I I don't know if I'm going to get called, but if I do, and I've previously,
I'm on this tranche as well, so hey, maybe I'll see you there.
do you want to make a motion?
Yes, I move to postpone until Wednesday, February 7th at 5:30 p.m. Second.
There's a motion to continue this on the 7th at 5:30. Is there discussion among the governing body members? No discussion, but general accord that that's viable. Could you call the roll, ma'am?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Counselor Cassett,
Yes.
Counselor Castro,
Yes.
Counselor Lee Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Michael Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Lindell, Counselor Romero Worth,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes.
Motion passed.
Thank you. Thank you all for being here, and we will see as many of you as can make it on the 7th to continue our process. At that time, we'll pick up with cross-examinations and go through the process as I laid it out. And I hope we'll have ample opportunity in that evening to complete the hearing and come to a vote. Thank you, everybody. Madam Clerk, can you take us to the next item, please?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, next item is 21 appointments. 21A is appointments to the Human Services Committee. Karen Baldwin, appointment, term ending March 2026. And Catherine Courtney, an appointment with the term ending March 2026.
Can I get a motion?
To approve.
There's a second?
Second.
Could you call the roll, please?
Counselor Castro,
Yes.
Counselor Counselor Lee Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Michael Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Lindell, Counselor Romero Worth,
Yes.
Counselor Cassett,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes.
Motion passed.
Next item, please.
21B is Public Safety Committee, appointment of Eric Wheeler with the term ending March 2028.
Is there a motion?
Approve.
Motion has been made to approve. There's a second. Is there discussion? Could you call the roll, Madam Clerk?
Counselor Lee Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Michael Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Lindell, Counselor Romero Worth,
Yeah.
Counselor Cassett,
Yes.
Counselor Castro,
No.
Mayor Weber.
Yes.
Motion passed.
Could we have the next?
21C is an appointment to the Archaeological Review Committee. Tom Trees with a term ending June 2025.
Can I get a motion, please?
Second.
There's a motion and there's a second. Is there discussion? Could I get a roll call, please?
Counselor Michael Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Lindell, Counselor Romero Worth,
Yes.
Counselor Cassett,
Yes.
Counselor Castro,
Yes.
Counselor Lee Garcia,
Yes.
Mayor Weber?
Yes,
Motion pass.
thank you. Next item, please.
Next item is an appointment to the Ethics and Campaign Review Board. This is an appointment, a reappointment of Christina Martinez with a term ending July 2028.
Move to approve.
There's a motion and a second. Is there discussion? Could you call the roll, please?
Counselor Lindell? Counselor Romero Worth?
Yes.
Counselor Cossett?
Yes.
Counselor Castro?
Yes.
Counselor Lee Garcia?
Yes.
Counselor Michael Garcia?
Yes.
Mayor Weber?
Yes,
Motion passed.
thank you. And the next one, please?
And the last one is appointment of the city's poet laureate, Tommy Archuleta, with a term ending December 2024.
Is there a motion?
Motion to approve.
Second.
There's a motion, there's a second. Any discussion? Madam Clerk, could you call the roll?
Counselor Romero Worth?
Yes.
Counselor Cossett?
Yes.
Counselor Castro?
Yes.
Counselor Lee Garcia?
Aye.
Counselor Michael Garcia?
Yes.
Counselor Lindell? Mayor Weber?
Yes,
Motion passed.
I think at this point, our business is done. Thank you, everybody. We are adjourned.